1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. You can hear me? Okay.
Yes, I was showing this. And also,
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
I mean, talking about
Test 1 2.
major and
Yeah.
somebody that's
Somebody Test 1 2. Somebody, can you see me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Can you see me?
I can't see you. Oh yes, I can see you. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can see you.
the cheapest is
Test 1 2.
Yes, I can hear you.
So, I mean,
Yes, I can see you.
but I mean, tells us
I can see you too.
if the closure.
Extended exception on tech quality standards and stuff like that.
And then it's not taking consideration that part for just
Yes, spectacle.
Yeah.
Thanks all my number for
This side. It's okay.
Okay, let's go then. I was here.
Well, in Germany, at least,
I went to.
Questo ne sono completamente bene visti anche qui
well,
no, not just technical, not really. If this came out of this. Usava parar ou eu? Okay,
somebody was showing exactly what
okay, just thanks. Of the new skill.
Yeah.
It's been a hectic report. You came with a new skills for me.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I rejected that.
So it's been on the cards all those years. It keeps coming back. The promise keeps going to it again. I did some research on it way back when the IDC. Key point is, it's going to cost Prague, say 5 billion to the infrastructure. See, you know, great. to go through it to justify that, and we never could find the rate.
Okay, even though there
So
are.
well, people,
Ja, generalnie jest to zagłębne, mówię, no, to jest tylko proszę.
I think bayangukuthi abantu babasendle just now.
Patrzę, że muszę sobie poszli,
It's also why we keep
So that's like, we should find somewhere of that railway line there. On the side, that's complete non-viable.
But what about the movement? So, I mean, somebody's getting.
like the tentative
No, we are.
and then after that,
So I will vote for
Yeah.
It's just a so you're right, the second authority is situated that
Yeah, but they were arguing, I mean, I think some of the documents, so they were arguing that once, they get a mark in European, so they export.
well, I mean, it's, there is a determination of not because I think it's one of those so it's got some back that I think it's sort of research.
something about briefing. About the whole thing, I don't know. I can't figure out, I don't know. No, I think these are like something. So I don't really engage in a concept note was sent before.
Yeah, but I mean.
Yeah.
If you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's sitting there.
Amazing electronic conference, video conference. So literally the same amount of lines.
And it's naturally, it's like a deep growth. Yeah, especially for I'm taking this happens right now.
But you see the issue being around, and it really, I don't know the solution to that. So transition.
I had a meeting with the daily number because we're running events together, and I already moved it 2 times, so I couldn't move it again. And then I said, let me come back also. Let me come back.
So how do you resolve?
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Sound test, testing sound test 1 2 1 2.
Can you hear me? I'm one of the presenters today.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Is it coming clear? That's good. Thank you.
Yes.
This is excellent.
Very clear, very clear.
That's good. Thank you.
No problem.
Merci.
Good morning, everybody. I am going to safely assume everyone who is supposed to be here is
Recording in
here.
progress.
If there are any members outside, it'd be good to make sure they're in. I might be wrong, but Cape Town did promise a decent day's weather today, but it does feel as though the temperature in this room is set at 80 below. Relative to Nkosi Sikelel. But with that in mind, I'd like us to begin, and I recognize the chairpersons of parliamentary committees, any members of parliament who are here, just our esteemed international and domestic speakers, certainly participants from business, labor, government, academia, and civil society, and those who are joining us virtually, whether in person or virtually, to members of the media who are here. Good morning, everybody. You may not know me. My name is Musi Maimane. I serve as the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Appropriations in this particular administration, and as well as a PBO advisory board member. And I, whether good news or bad news for you, have the great privilege of chairing the session, at least this morning. And I want to welcome everybody to day 2 of the session, which it is my full understanding that we're going to have a dynamic and insightful roundtable discussion on multidimensional poverty. The feedback I've gotten from yesterday's session gave a lot of engaging presentations and constructive dialogue from all our stakeholders. Those include business, labor, civil society, academia. And I think it's been an enriching discussion with many diverse perspectives. We had the privilege of hearing from Professor Sabina Alkire, who provided an in-depth overview on how the Multidimensional Poverty Index has evolved into a global standard. She highlighted that many countries now use the MPI as an official poverty measure, complementing national monetary metrics. Professor Alkire also presented key findings from the Global MPI 2024 report, revealing that across 112 countries and 6.3 billion people, 1.1 billion people, which constitutes 18.3%, now live in acute multidimensional poverty. The report underscored the stark disparities across the region, with conflict-affected countries experiencing the highest levels of the highest poverty levels. We also heard from Ms. Corinne Mitchell, the Executive Director of the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative, who shared insights into how different countries use the MPI as a policy tool. According to her presentation, countries employ the MPI to not only complement conventional monetary poverty statistics, track poverty trends over time as official statistics, allocate resource effectively by sector and region, coordinate policy across sectors and subnational levels, adjust policy based on evidence of what works, ensure that no one is left behind, report on sustainable development goals, particularly indicator 1.22, and equally promote transparency, enabling stakeholders to engage meaningfully and hold one another to account. Mr. Solimulai, the Acting Deputy Director for Population and Social Statistics of Stats SA, presented South Africa's Multidimensional Poverty Index. He emphasized that South Africa's MPI is unique as it includes unemployment as a dimension of poverty, reflecting its significant impact on the country's poverty landscape. His presentation also included insights into SAMPI results across provinces and municipalities highlighting the disparities between rural and urban areas. In addition, various stakeholders, including representatives from Anglo America, Peter Maritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, Mining Dialogue, and Public Finance Research Institute, shared their sector-specific perspectives, enriching the conversation with diverse insights and practical viewpoints. Today's program will adopt a forward-looking focus, exploring the application of MPI in policy development, oversight, and how it aligns with broader continental agenda. We'll also provide opportunities for all stakeholders to share their insights, ensuring a well-rounded discussion. So with that, I genuinely look forward to fruitful exchanges and collaborative efforts as we work towards innovative solutions to address multidimensional poverty in South Africa. I genuinely, I said today aside, I said to myself, I want to engage the conversation, learn equally so, but also respond to a nation that faces an unspoken about discussion around poverty. So I'm really, really engaged. It's great to see former statistician General Padi Lehotla, who I had a brief exchange yesterday. He said he was enjoying his life. I said, that is not a sustainable position to be in. So collectively, I'm going to figure out the best ways to disturb that sort of position. So I really am looking forward to our engagement today. And with that in mind, let's make today as impactful as yesterday was. Thank you very much and welcome once again. Thank you. Can I ask Udok? I'm going to welcome it's Dr. Dr. Aska, who will open the presentation today from the Applied Development Research Solution. And certainly the opening part of the agenda is a framework, as a forward-looking model on multidimensional poverty. So what we'll do is we'll take the presentation, and then soon after that, there are multiple inputs that will go, and then I'll chair the session on Q&A if that is acceptable to everybody. So Doc, let me hand over to you, and we can continue. Or is it a virtual presentation? Okay. Right. Doc, can you hear us?
I'm here. Thank you very much. I appreciate if I become a co-host so I can share my screen, the presentation. Thank you very much, Honorable Maimani. It's nice meeting you, even though it's virtual. And thank you for inviting me to this important workshop. Thank you, Dr. Janji and his colleagues at the PBO. All protocols observed, and I especially like to thank our parliamentarian colleagues who, despite their busy schedule, have prioritized to attend this workshop. I hope we don't disappoint you. Now, let me see. I think I'm probably now I can share my screen. Okay. I hope it is showing in a presentation mode. Okay. Yes. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. This we're going to talk about the forward-looking multidimensional poverty methodology that we developed and applied to South Africa. This is work that is joint work done by myself and Ludwig Ngangalizwe, who is also in the attending the meeting and to participate during the question and answer period. She'll be available, did a lot of the work on this. So let me start with a few background statements where we all, I think, agree that poverty is complex and multifaceted. In their seminal work, Amartya Sen and Anand describe poverty as deprivation across several dimensions of a person's life, such as education, health, and living conditions. And these dimensions reveal how individuals experience poverty. Multidimensional poverty measurement has been developed and applied globally as thanks to OFI, and that was described yesterday, and that includes the 2014 South African Multidimensional Poverty Index developed by Statistic South Africa. Now, historically, studies on multidimensional poverty have focused on measuring and exploring the determinants of multidimensional poverty. Yesterday, we mainly talked about measuring and its multidimensional poverty and its implications and its utility for policy discussions. But there are also a body of literature that explores determinants of multidimensional poverty. Our study extends the research on this multidimensional poverty by proposing an approach to produce forward-looking projections of multidimensional poverty indicators and their alternative economic and social policy scenarios. By applying the approach to South Africa, we now have a policy tool that can be used to design anti-poverty policies and assess the likely impacts of policies on the outlook for the MDP in South Africa. It allows, in other words, policymakers to better anticipate the likely effects of their decisions on multidimensional poverty. Now, the purpose of this presentation is to introduce you to this forward-looking tool and demonstrate how it works without getting too technical. The accompanying paper is the research paper that has been done that provides more in-depth technical information if you're interested in exploring the methods further. Now, the step one in developing the forward-looking multidimensional poverty was to measure the multidimensional poverty, how we measure the multidimensional poverty. And measuring MDP involves, as yesterday was discussed, selecting relevant poverty dimensions, identifying corresponding indicators for these dimensions, and setting appropriate thresholds for each indicator. Now, for measuring MDP, we drew from both the Statistics South Africa's 2014 work and the Global Multidimensional Poverty Index of OFI and selected education, health, living conditions, and assets as the four distinct dimensions of poverty in South Africa. Now, to quantify the extent or degree of deprivation across various dimensions experienced by individuals and households in South Africa, we use two likely thresholds or cutoff points for the indicators. We're chosen for each of the indicators to represent low cutoff and high or moderate deprivation associated with the indicators. I will explain this in more detail on each of these dimensions. So the first of the four dimensions of poverty, looking at the education, it's selected as one of the four dimensions because there have been many studies that shows that literacy and education levels impact deprivation. Now we use two indicators for the education dimension of multidimensional poverty: years of schooling and school attendance. And the cutoff points, we use two cutoff points, low and high cutoff points. For years of the schooling, we basically counted all individuals who are above 15-year old with less than 5 years of school attendance and they're not currently enrolled as being educationally deprived. In terms of, you use also school attendance as another indicator, and we said all individuals, if they age between 7 and 15 and not in the school, they are also educationally deprived. Setting the bar higher, we have another criteria, the high deprivation, and that we said for the years of the schooling, older individuals who are above 15, but with less than 9 years of the school attendance and no current enrollment, they are considered as educationally deprived. And in terms of school attendance, we say any school categorized, any school age child who is not attending up to class 12 is educationally deprived. So we use the General Household Survey of 2018 to do the coding and of individuals and looking at these are all informed by questionnaires that in the GS in the General Household Survey GHS. And apply these definitions, these cutoff points on the questions that were asked among the representative number of individuals and households in the country and documented in that survey. Then, in terms of health deprivation dimension of the multidimensional poverty, again, health is included because the level of access to healthcare services and perception about healthcare affects deprivation. We know it affects deprivation. And we use 3 indicators to identify who is and the portion of the population that is health deprived. We use general health indicator, distance to nearest healthcare center, and medical aid cover. And again, we applied two cutoff points on the indicators. For the general health, we looked at individuals who perceive their health as fair or poor instead of good, very good, or excellent. They're considered as being deprived of health, and the same was applied with the high cutoff points. For the high cutoff, we also applied another criteria, another cutoff, which is basically households who travel more than 30 minutes or more to a healthcare center. They are categorized or coded as being healthcare deprived. And also, if individual does not have medical cover, also considered as healthcare deprived under the high deprivations. So there was a lot of these, looking at the data analysis, coding the data, and measuring these using the representative household survey, the official representative household survey, using the questionnaire there from a status and classify those to measure, initially establish what portion of the population, different population groups by gender and province, they are deprived of each of the dimensions of poverty. And the living conditions, for example, the dimension of poverty, here we again consider that as one of the important dimensions of the poverty in South Africa, because the quality of life and living conditions influence deprivations. So research on that to establish. And we use 6 indicators to capture who is in South Africa living deprived of living conditions. And that include looking at the indicators relating to dwelling type, fuel for lighting, fuel for cooking, fuel for heating, water source, and sanitations. As you know, the questionnaire asks each individuals and households about what type of dwelling they have, what kind of lighting they use for cooking or for heating, and those are then allows us to draw those cutoff points. At what points we say that below that is the person is deprived of living conditions. So if we're looking fuel for cooking, if the person or household is not is using paraffin, wood, coal, dung, and then they're being considered as being deprived of living conditions due to fuel for cooking. And we also had a higher cutoff points for example, households who do not electricity for cooking as being deprived. So for again for the assets, the fourth dimensions, we did the same things. We considered it is established that ownership of assets and household appliances affects level of deprivations. That's why it is included also as another dimension of deprivations in South Africa. We use two criteria, two indicators: domestic asset ownership and car ownership. For the low deprivations or the low cutoff, we only use domestic asset ownership. If household does not own a radio, TV, television, fridge, it's considered is asset deprived. But for the cutoff, for the high cutoff points, we said if a household owns less than 10 of the 20 listed home assets, in the survey, the number of these 20 assets that have been listed, and households identify which of them they own in the household. And we said if household owns less than 10 of 20 assets, that household is deprived using the high cutoff. And also if household does not own a car in a working condition is asset deprived. So we use two different cutoff points in order to kind of establish low and high deprivation measurements, and that can itself capture the exact reality, or as we go forward in the future, the reality can be between these two. So we put after this identifying and coding the data and measuring the deprivation. The next step was establishing the association between the MDP and socioeconomic factors. So the measurements established what portion of the population, different populations, are deprived of various of these different assets, and then we wanted to know whether these deprivations are associated with statistically related to socioeconomic factors. And that was the next step of building a forward-looking tool for multidimensional poverty. And here, to determine this statistical association between the multidimensional poverty that we measured, now we have, for example, for South Africa, and the socioeconomic factors in South Africa, we use what is called the multinomial logistic regression technique, which is basically a statistical method that is used to predict the probability of different outcomes when there are more than two outcomes. So we use that technique to look at these different dimensions of poverty that we have. And to use that technique, we considered 5 categories or outcomes for multidimensional poverty. A person can be not deprived of any of the 4 dimensions of poverty. It can be deprived of one of the 4 dimensions, regardless of which. The person can be deprived of 1 of 4, can be deprived of 2 of 4 dimensions, 3 or 4 dimensions, or it can be deprived of all 4 dimensions that we talked about, and which we identified as being fully deprived. If a person is deprived of all 4 dimensions of poverty that we talked about, would be fully deprived. So we applied this multinomial logistic regression model to investigate possible associations between individuals' socioeconomic conditions and these 5 deprivation level using low and high deprivation cutoff. And to to do the regressions, to identify what are those social indicators that are used. The regression results show that there's a significant statistical association between demographic factors and multidimensional poverty in South Africa. And the demographic factors that we end up being significant, statistically significant, we found to be race, gender, region, and age. In other words, these demographic factors, as the demographic, the population grows over time, they are found to be in South Africa to be significant, have a statistical significant relationship to multidimensional poverty, to those 5 categories of multidimensional poverty. In addition, the regression analysis that Multidimensional also estimated, that estimation process also show that there is a statistical relationship between individuals' dimension of deprivation and 5 economic indicators. And these 5 economic indicators related to the labor market status of the person, whether employed or unemployed, household income of the individuals, participation in the government public works program, income poverty, whether the person is income poor or not, and income inequality, where in income inequality the households fit in. Now, that gave us basically a regression analysis results that we find that therefore for producing estimations of what's called odd ratios that translate that change into probability estimates of the impact of the relationship between demographic factors, race of individuals, gender of individuals, province locations where a person lives, age category of individuals, and several economic conditions, whether the person is employed or not, whether he's participating in the EPWP program, whether the income with the household is income poor, whether what the household income ranges is, and the income inequality, to find that the relationship between these socioeconomic factors and 4 outcomes relating to deprivation of 1 dimension of poverty, deprivation of 2, 3, or 4, or fully deprived. And these odd ratios gives you those elasticities or coefficients that are later on probabilities that we use. In other words, the system provides us 4 regression equations estimated to relate the socioeconomics to these various options where poverty, multidimensional poverty is. Now, having that outcome, that regression results that are now linking multidimensional poverty to socioeconomic factors, bring us to the modeling side. Then we use that as a way of integrating it to a model of South Africa. Now, I'm going to step back to introduce you to a model of South Africa that actually made all of these things possible to kind of envision forward-looking multidimensional poverty. We have built it's about the 20 years that we have built the model of South Africa. One of the models that we built is what is called the linked macro model of South Africa. We call it a DIMSIM, where it basically captures the relationship, captures the macroeconomic dynamic in the economy of South Africa, and also it is connecting the performance of the macroeconomy to a full micro simulation of households and individuals. This model, it's a large model that captures the interactions in the economy. It's an econometric model. It includes the importance or estimates the impact of demand and supply related variables to short-term and long-term dynamic of the economy. It captures the behavior of the stakeholders as it relates to demand side of the economy, to the production, to employment and wages, and to income and expenditures of household individuals and household, business, and government, to the financial sector of the economy, and takes into account the relationship between the South African economy and exogenous policy variables, foreign variables that are also impacting the economy. It's a large simultaneous equation system that are being estimated to capture these, what determines the household decisions of how much to consume, what categories to spend, or how much the private sector to invest, which sector of the economy to invest, how many people to employ, how much to produce, what should be the prices and wages. All of these dynamic captured in the macroeconomy. And then the economy is also linked these aggregate indicators that are being projected is linked to the welfare of individual households, which are basically using linking the model to what is called the macro simulation model, which is built using survey data from official data, survey data from the Statistics South Africa. And that enables to link performance of the economy, economic indicators, to demand and cost of social security, taxations, and also to poverty and inequality in the country. So it can be seen if the economy becomes growing faster, generates more income, better paid, they come and they impact, they are being those better jobs or higher number of jobs distribute among the unemployed. Demand for social grants goes down because it's a means tested. The taxation increases because the incomes are increasing, and then it impacts poverty and inequality is impacted. We have had this model over the years, have used it in and for training and for various projects, but it didn't have the multidimensional poverty. But at the same time, this model includes all those socioeconomic factors that during the regression analysis we found. This model produces those factors, produces the projection forward, whether it is in terms of employment conditions or whether it is in terms of social grants or EPWP or income poverty or inequality factors that were found to be significant in determinants in terms of association with the multidimensional poverty. This linked macro model has both the macroeconomic indicators such as household income or employment, and also at the same time other indicators that were used in the regressions, such as EPWP and social grants participations were used, or income poverty status. So what we did is that therefore we extended this model to incorporate the multidimensional poverty, to enable the model to also produce the augmented model to be able to also produce projections of multidimensional indicators. So the process of therefore expanding this model to generate projections of multidimensional poverty measures involve integrating those four estimated equations that we did during the first step. We integrating those regressions into this linked macroeconomic system, and in the process we expanded the output of the model to include multidimensional poverty indicators. So it became the model, but now with inclusion of multidimensional poverty, that now as the economy grows and changes, those economic indicators changes, it feeds into annually to producing the projections for the multidimensional poverty. As the population grows and we have those population projections from the Statistics South Africa in detail, those demographic factors as the model projects year forward, every year that it projects takes into account the population projections for its poverty analysis, for its consideration of eligibility for social grants and taxation and others. Those demographic factors at annual level going forward, and the model projections of the employment of households income and poverty estimations feed into the calculation of the multinomial regressions now represented in the model by those estimated equations that we did, the multinomial logistic regressions that we did. So we ended up with a model that basically augmented now to include, to be able to do multinomial, dimensional poverty indicator projections. So the model therefore projections of rate of deprivation are estimated probabilities that represent the likely distribution of population among those 5 dimensions of poverty. The model generates annual rates of deprivations at national, provincial levels by race and by gender. for each year of the forecast period. Now, to demonstrate that, I will, we run a few scenarios and to show how the model produces, impacts also produces impacts on the multidimensional poverty. So we chose to assess that. We looked at the 6 cumulative economic and social policy scenarios. And we wanted to see whether they, to what extent they impact multidimensional poverty. The scenarios we chose is that first is a baseline scenario, basically a business as usual scenario as things, policies remain as they are. Then we introduce fiscal policy scenarios and monetary policy, private sector investment, and 2 social policy scenarios. And the idea of this diversity was that we wanted to see how one of the important characteristics of economic models is that it captures the direct and indirect effects of policies or changes in the economy on key indicators. So while the regression analysis establishes direct links or associations between multidimensional poverty and let's say, employment status, then in the model, all the factors, all other policies mix that impact employment end up being indirectly, therefore affecting multidimensional poverty. So we may find what we find out that policies that are looking at, for example, monetary policy, that may seem like, oh, it probably doesn't have an impact or implication for multidimensional poverty, but it turned out that it will obviously have, because it will, through its, for example, credit extension policies, interest rate policies, impacts growth of the economy, impacts the investments and small, medium-sized enterprise growth and job creations, and therefore it impacts, as it impacts the employment, it will end up impacting multidimensional poverty. As it impacts growth of the economy and impacts on household income, that turned out to be another variable that affects multidimensional poverty. So finding out these, therefore we are able to, in this process, be able to capture not only the direct but all the indirect impacts of the economic dynamic on multidimensional poverty. So the scenarios that we chose is this, the base scenario and the 5 alternative scenarios cumulatively, which means that the fiscal policy, basically we under the base scenario, we looked at what if the annual growth of the government current spending fiscal policy is restricted to 6% annually. The public sector investments is limited to 4% annual increase, and monetary authorities continue to enforce inflation targeting with inflation rates ceiling of 6%. So basically, status quo. Then introduce the alternative scenario. So it's a base scenario with few changes to fiscal policy. So what if fiscal policy changes to includes a 10% increase, annual increase in government and public corporations investment? What if there is an 8% increase in government spending on goods and services? What we wanted to see whether change in fiscal policy, to what extent and how it impacts multidimensional poverty. We wanted to isolate the impact of possibility of fiscal policy on multidimensional poverty. Then we said, well, let's take that scenario 1, and now what if we add some few changes on monetary policy to see whether monetary policy has impact and to what extent impacts multidimensional poverty. And therefore we say, what if Reserve Bank mandate changes to dual mandates of targeting 6% growth and inflation upper limit of 8%? What if the monetary authorities take measures to raise the annual growth of credit extension to 15%? So what if they take more of an expansionary posture and adopt a monetary policy? What would be the implication of that for the economy, but more important right now focused on multidimensional poverty? Then we took that scenario. On top of that scenario, we said, what if there is some agreements with the private sector to commit to an increase in investments. And there was such an agreement called the PPGI, which is a Public-Private Growth Initiative, that to spend a large amount of money over the 10 years as new investments. Then we had a scenario also, we include a scenario in public employment program. What if on top of those scenarios, we increase the EPWP by 10% annually, doubling program size by 2030? What if the daily remuneration also improves? What if the duration of all EPWP also increased to 120 days? What would be the implication of it for the economy? Obviously, the model captures the economy, but also how does it trickle into the impact, its impacts on the multidimensional poverty? And finally, we said, you know, on top of this, what if we add to it, expand the social protection program, increase the monthly child support grant to the official food poverty line, and introduce a caregiver grant to, in addition, on top of the current grants. So there are specifics of these that are in the paper has been more elaborated. So we run the model now. Now we have an augmented model that is the run as before, but now also includes the multidimensional poverty. So it produces the model, the key indicators of each of these scenarios. This is just an example. For example, on the GDP growth, it shows the base scenario's average growth rate for the period 2024 to 2030. So we run it for that 7 years, annual projections, averaging those for the sake of the presentation, ease of presentation. And in the base scenario, we have a basically average GDP growth of 1.4%. Each of these scenarios adds a little bit to the growth rate, and by the end, the cumulative scenario at the end of 5, the average GDP growth will be 3.9%. Unemployment rate remains relatively high. It declines some as a result of these scenarios, but still by, average would be 25.5, even with these interventions that we talked about. Household disposable income, it gradually increases. And these are, remember, some of these variables that are now projected in the model, it also have association or relationship. We establish their relationship to the multidimensional poverty. We have social benefits and transfers, projections of the model. As we had it, it was producing projections of income poverty and income inequality. So income poverty gradually goes down depending on the scenarios, average poverty rate, income poverty, and average inequality for the Gini coefficient for these scenarios. Now, what happened is that by augmenting, by adding, by bringing in multidimensional poverty, as we discussed, added that, in addition to these scenarios, in addition to these indicators of economy and income poverty and inequality, now the model also produces projections of multidimensional poverty indicators. And this is just an example of looking at the non-deprived, the share of the population that are non-deprived, what happens over the period 2024 to 2030 as the model runs, as these scenarios, these policies are being implemented annually, what is the outlook for the percentage of the population that are not deprived. And obviously, you see at the South African level, at the country level, it is these policies. It shows that each of them, as it goes from the scenario, the first scenario, the second scenario, others, gradually it improves the portion of the population that is not deprived. So it increases, for example, from initially being a 19.9% as being not deprived. About 20% of the population in being not deprived in 2023 to a scenario, the last scenario, producing average of the average percentage of the population not deprived for the period to 25.4%. In other words, the scenarios increases the percentage on average annually, increases the percentage of not deprived by about 5.5%. And as you can see, depending on the province, the initial deprivation level, not deprived, some provinces are a lot more, the deprivation is much higher, such as Eastern Cape or Limpopo or Mpumalanga. Some provinces like Western Cape and Gauteng, they have the non-deprived portion of the population on average is higher. But the policies are on each of these cases, it gets quantified, showing how much it affects each of the improvement in the percentage of non-deprived. It also shows in terms of by race, very significant. You have, the non-deprived among the whites are much larger than the Africans. To start, about almost 60% of the whites start being, non-deprived of those 4 dimensions, compared to about less than 14% to start among the Africans. And the policies help gradually raise the percentage of non-deprived, the average percentage of non-deprived over the 7 years. Among the Africans, it gradually increased to about 17%, from about 14% to 17%. And here, for example, among the whites, increased from about 57.6% to about 65%. The gap remains significant. So by 2030, it still remains as high as before, and same with the unevenness of deprivations across provinces. Now, there's a lot more detailed analysis that the projections that are produced. For example, when we're looking at the non-deprived over the 7 period, if you're looking at it without policies, in South Africa, if those policies are not added, so you have only the base scenario continuing, business as usual, the deprivations, you have the average annual deprivation between 2024 and 2030 about 20%. The addition, those policies, when we're looking at the last one, the augmented, all of those, the cumulative scenarios put together, it adds about 5.5% to the percentage of non-deprived. So the policy contribution, policy impact is being measured. If you're looking at the Africans, you're looking at, for example, the non-deprived without the policy intervention, average over the next 7 years, the projections is about 13.8%. But with the policies that were introduced, it is the non-deprived, the average percentage increases by 3.2%. Interesting, you see that, for example, among the whites, the percentage increase, the policies help increase the percentage of non-deprived. They're more than the blacks by 7.5% now. And as you dig more through the data, you find out that, for example, among the whites, the deprivations are only 1 dimension on one poverty, and they're easier to come out of poverty as opposed to the deprivations among the Africans, who are about 80% of deprivations of the population are deprived of 2 or 3 dimensions of poverty. And that makes it a much more, effort, much more policy interventions, much more to move out of those, out of the poverty. And these are, from that was a low cutoff, and here is a high cutoff point. And here is that what I was just describing. For example, if you're looking at the high cutoff indicators among the whites, you see that the deprivations, there are about 20-something% of deprived, but most of that deprivations are basically deprived of 1 dimension. This blue represents the 1-dimensional poverty. If you compare that to the blacks, you find out that most of the deprivation obviously is much higher, about 85%. And you find that most of that deprivations is a deprivation of 2 dimensions, which are the red ones, and the gray one, which is 3 dimensions of poverty. So there is a lot of data, a lot of information at the provincial levels, for example, at gender level, that are generated. These are just, looking at the non-deprived or totally total deprivations composition in the economy, in the different cohorts that the model generates, and allows analysis at the provincial level of various dimensions of poverty and also overall deprivations and non-deprivations. Now, I'm going to just another important I think contribution that is our forward-looking multidimensional poverty does is that we have integrated it to our the model's website. So now the linked macro model that we have, it also produces on the user with on the internet is able to also produce projections of multidimensional poverty. And let me. Here is and in there, then you get a detailed projections that allow zooming in at various dynamics involved and unfolding and also doing what if scenario. Here is our website that has our models that have. We have all of the models that we have. They have web platform that enable users to do what if scenarios. And here is the model that we just discussed. It allows users to develop. Oh, I'm sorry, I was logged out. Let me just quickly log in. It allows when a user, for example, goes to the model, and let me try to make it a little bit bigger. It allows you to develop scenarios about the macroeconomy on the demand side, expenditure side of the economy, the government spendings or investments side of the economy. It allows you to develop scenarios on each of these, for example, on general government investment scenarios of infrastructure, economic infrastructure, and social infrastructure. It allows you to develop complex detailed, simple, and complex scenarios about the macroeconomy as it relates to supply side measures, demand side measures, employment side measures, financial measures to develop. And also it allows you, because it's a linked macro model, it also allows you to develop scenarios relating to the macro side of the economy, which is looking at the tax policies, looking at the various social grants, like this is about the social pensions, eligibilities and entitlement conditions, looking at other grants, for example, basic income grant scenarios, that if you want to include amount of grant scenarios and EPWP scenario. Here we have EPWP scenarios that are allowing you to change the number of job opportunities that are offered, amount paid. So you can develop these scenarios, and as you run the model and the model generates results, then it takes all of these into considerations. On the one hand, it produces projections at the macroeconomic indicators. It produces projections at industry level and household level. At the macroeconomic level, for example, it produces impact of your scenario on key indicators, on the growth of the economy. This is a default scenarios, for example, on in this running. We're looking at the pretty much a low growth scenario for the economy, high unemployment, low employment creation, high unemployment of in the economy, and so on, key indicators, and those who are interested in industries, and I know there's some in the audience, can look at the impacts of the scenario on various sectors of the economy in terms of investments, employment, output, and others. So let's say in terms of investments in a various sector, it gives you the 45 economic sector impacts of the scenarios on investments on various sectors of the economy. But in addition to looking at it, giving you the macroeconomic, impacts and industry impacts, it also provides you impacts on households. Who benefits, who loses, how, what are the impacts on demand for social security, cost of social security, EPWP, all of this, and measure of poverty, income poverty, for example, impact on poverty level, on rates of poverty, and poverty gap and others. Same thing with the inequality. It allows you, as I mentioned, produces projection of the scenario on Gini coefficient, and over time by race, by gender, by province. But now the model is also generating projections for multidimensional poverty. Through that process that we built the model and added, augmented this model to be able to look at the multidimensional poverty. And it is looking at the high or low, and looking at, for example, we were just talking about non-deprived portion of the population, and it allows you to look at how over the years, annual projections, what is the outlook under this scenario for all South Africa, for being a non-deprived. That is gradually increases, the portion of the population not deprived gradually increases from 9.5% to 27%, for example, or by race or by gender, looking at it, or by province. And then it can look at it also from non-deprived to fully deprived. What are the outlook for the fully deprived portion of the population? Again, gives you the analysis data to analyze the portion of fully deprived gradually declines from about 7% to 2%. Among Africans, it declines from 8%, 9% to about 5%. Among the whites, there's zero deprivations, fully deprived. The white, there's a deprivations of for one dimensions, but the four dimensions, there's no deprivations among the white population. If you go to the looking at it from one dimensions of poverty, and here is looking at it, the outlook is very different. You have about from 13%, those who are deprived of one dimensions increases from 13% to 22%. More of the population become deprived of one gradually than deprived of 2, 3, or 4. And if you're looking at it from different racial groups, the whites, yes, there are deprivations, but they are mainly concentrated as one dimension of poverty, where it can be education, it can be health, it can be living conditions, it can be assets. But mainly one. But among, as I mentioned, among other racial groups, it's much more complex. There's deprivations goes across these different dimensions, more than one dimensional poverty in there. So we are using these the model also to do training. We have courses on poverty inequality that are teaching on the model, and also about learning the delegates get access and learn how to do what if scenarios, and look at various scenarios relating social policies, economic policy. I mean, right now, for example, in South Africa, you're going to have the medium-term development plan. What would be the implication of that when it comes out for multidimensional poverty? How do we measure that? Whether, over the next 5 years. And this is a kind of tool that captures social policies interventions, macroeconomics and industry interventions, and then run scenarios, that scenario, to see the impact of the outlook for the growth of employment, for not only macroeconomic indicators, but also multi-dimensional poverty indicators. So just to conclude, we have developed a forward-looking approach to multidimensional poverty that allows for examination of the likely impact of economic performance, policy measures, and shocks on the future values of multidimensional poverty indicators. The proposed model links the likely evolution of deprivation measures to the dynamic of the economy, the country's demographic evolution, and the socioeconomic policy interventions. The proposed models can be used as a policy tool for designing poverty policies and producing ex ante assessments of their impact on multidimensional poverty. The model helps identify policy pathways to future national and regional targets for MDP. This is really important. There is a tendency among politicians and policymakers to sometimes put feel-good targets, but really fall short on policy pathways that can make those come true, such as, for example, eradicating poverty by 2030 and not having a policy pathway that takes you there, or bringing unemployment down to 6% and not having pathways showing what are the policy pathways, show us how does this mix of policies can take us there. Now, having this tool add to what was said yesterday about the multidimensional poverty measurements, enable countries and to set goals. But here with the forward-looking multidimensional poverty, it goes beyond that to also put a burden on the policymakers to not only set up goals, but also design policies and bring it to the parliaments and go through that rigorous analysis of saying, well, what is the likely effects of these mix of policies that are being proposed to realize those objectives for the MDP? I think that's absolutely important issue in my experience. Since the multidimensional poverty measures are built using several indicators that relate to Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, we think that also the tool also can be used to look at the integration and the interactions among the SDGs and capture that how policies affects in the same context as the multidimensional poverty, to look at the SDG as being affected by the direct and indirect effects of a wide range of policies. Finally, as I mentioned, South African economic models with the MDP component is available on the ADRS web-based platform, and we use that for the Emma Gibbs executive course on poverty and inequality modeling. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Perhaps maybe in the interest of trying to make sure that we recoup some of the time, can I ask more pointed question to the doc online? If you've got more specific ones, if we can just take a few now, and then we will then move on to the next session. I certainly have a few, but maybe let me recognize you. Okay, I'll go through in this. So we'll move from the left to the right. It's an ideological point, I suppose. So let's take it in that way. Yeah, but if we can be brief and targeted, this is important. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Oscar, and sorry that you weren't able to be here in person. I have a number of questions, but in the interest of time, I'll be very brief. But I know also that you are, sorry, I'm Corinne from OFI. I know that you're also doing a research seminar with us that's open to everyone. So if anyone is interested, hopefully there'll be more information and time for questions available in a couple of weeks. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about, in particular, in the results, it looked like there was quite a big difference between men and women, but I'm not sure how that could be possible if you're using a household level measure. So maybe if you could talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Doc. I just wanted to ask, your model shows really good results for an expansionary fiscal policy, but everywhere in the media we're hearing that there's no money, and if government spends more money, we'll be in economic ruin. So, can you just speak to this and why that you believe that what's going on in the media would be a myth?
Okay, gotcha.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about that. I'm just saying your model shows really good results for an expansionary fiscal and monetary policy. And that's not what we're hearing in the media. So can you just maybe explain some of that?
Okay.
Doc, if it's okay with you, let us take a few and then you can respond collectively in that regard.
Yeah. Hi, Doc. A quick question. Great to see the measuring of the EPWP, but how would you track the impact of the presidential employment stimulus in this model? Thank you.
Okay, Doc, before I come to the right, maybe let you answer those first three, and on my right. Yeah.
Okay. The first question was about the gender side of the MPI. We looked at that both in terms of, I mentioned that we looked at the General Household Survey of 2018, but we also looked at the 2022 before the model was updated and went online. We did the 2022 measurements. And what we have on the for the male deprivations, we had, you know, in terms of initially there's a the women are less multidimensionally poor using those cutoff points and the, you know, the 4 dimensions that we have than male, and that was consistent in both the 18 and 22 when we did those you know, applied the cutoff. I don't know if Ludwig has more to say. We actually discussed this a lot, and she can, you know, come in as well too, because she did a lot of the data work as well, and that's, you know, in terms of the question on fiscal monetary policy. Look, this was only what if scenarios. You are right. These are expansionary policies that we're doing. We could have easily done contractionary policies and see the negative effects on multidimensional poverty going forward. So this is just in for the purpose, and because we wanted to stay within, so one policy measure doesn't cancel the other one. So all of the policies were expansionary in that sense. In this paper, it was not, our aim was not to show a solution to big problems in South Africa of growth, employment, and or macroeconomic debate. It was more to demonstrate how various range of policies, all of these different policies have implications, quantitative implication for multidimensional poverty. So that, you know, but definitely it's a hot issue. I mean, the austerity versus expansion is a big issue, or what the Reserve Bank proposing to do to lower the upper bound of the inflation target to, I think, 4% or 2%. So I think those are really needs really high debates, because they have major macroeconomic implication. But this was not the platform that we were engaging on those policies. Presidential employment, right now it is the EPWP eligibility and entitlement conditions that are used to run the model as the main public works program of the government. But it is possible, I mean, there are different ways of thinking about bringing in to look at the scenarios from the presidential employment, but it takes you know, in a project one can easily look at that, and as long as one has a good sense of the numbers, and also over time. EPWP has been around for many years, and it has been, you know, has gone to, I think it's the 3rd phase of it or 4th phase of it right now. So there is, you know, and its eligibility conditions and entitlements and how it's done is pretty established, and lend itself to, in a modeling world, you know, parameterizations and values of those parameters. So, you know, but it is possible. It's not, you know, it's not automatic right now. It's not set up, but it can be done. Thank you. I don't know if Ludwig, I'm sorry, Ludwig, do you want to say anything?
Currently, I don't have nothing to add, Oscar. That's correct.
Thank you. Okay.
May I say particularly to the members who are in here, there is tea and coffee available outside. We're not going to take a formal coffee break or tea break. There's also some refreshments, as is the nature of Parliament. So if you want to, you know, not be poor, maybe you want to grab something to eat while you're at it. So, but you can certainly grab and bring it in. Let me come this side of the world. Ma'am, the two of you sit there, and then sir, and then there, and then here, and then we'll finish here. Okay, if we can be brief, let's keep going.
Yes, no, thank you very much. I think my colleague has covered the question on public employment programs. My question is just on the status of households, Doc. So in 2020, the status of the youth reported 29% of youth that lived in households without employed adults. The exploration, possibly maybe on research around the living conditions of young people and how that contributes to the levels of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question is on, so I'm wondering whether the methodology you presented, I wonder whether it's similar to the global MPI, which actually allows you to identify the poverty intensities. And if it does, then for the projection side of things, I wonder whether you can actually include policies which are targeted to those who are most poor rather than the monetary fiscal policies which are targeted to everyone. And the reason I'm asking that is because it seems once you have implemented these policies, the overall trajectory of everyone is actually positive. But when you decompose it to the gender or the provinces or the races, you still have inequalities being present. So I wonder whether the projection actually allows you to have policies which are targeted to specific groups of people rather than the overall economy. Thank you.
The Honorable Sir. Are you covered? Okay, great.
Thanks, Chair. I'm keen to understand how granular the predictive power of the model is, and specifically, for example, can it isolate the MPI impacts of investment in a single sector like mining in a particular or defined geographic area? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Doc. Vanessa Naika, I'm from the private sector representing Anglo-American. My question is around your scenarios. So I'd like to understand if you had the baseline and then tackled each of those policy scenarios independently. And secondly, if you could explore a little better around the private sector investment scenario, what does that entail across the multi-dimensions? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Imran Subrathi. I'm a member of the National Parliament here. Let me welcome the presentation. After yesterday's presentation, which I joined online and partially in person, I realized that the state statistics, the data for the MPI that was shared yesterday, the data was related to 2016, and therefore was quite keen to understand what is the poverty indicator index of South Africa, and today's model attempted to suggest something to that effect. So I welcome that, and from what I grasped from it, because I was looking for a figure, where are we, so we know where we need to move to, and I think I picked up the figure of 19.9% as the not deprived indicator. That's what I've taken from here. So my question to the Honorable Doctor is, in understanding the four indicators in your model, I noticed that you spoke of education, health, deprivation, living conditions, and assets. But I noticed the missing of food scarcity in terms of quality of food, access of food, affordability of food. Surely food should be an indicator in determining a deprivation index, especially at the backdrop that yesterday was also the International Day of Food Security. And ShopRite checkers have reduced their food security index, which I will share later. I did ask the chair. So I'm quite alarmed why food is not in the deprivation index. And similarly, the issue surrounding the dwelling type was talked about, but urban and rural was not talked about in the deprived, not deprived. So I'm in a conundrum over there, because food security for me in the Maslow hierarchy of needs would probably lie right at the bottom. Why is it not there? So as a politician, please enlighten me. And second thing is, you spoke about, and I welcome the tool as a measurement tool or as a predictive test tool. So you indicated moving from 19.9 to 25%. So can you share with us a practical, and as a politician, I want to understand, share with me a practical example. If we did this, it will move from 19.9 to 25%. And that's the kind of intervention I want to see the impact of inflations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc. Before you respond, I'm careful to not fall prey to the idea that I've been covered. You know, it doesn't help. But what I'm trying to deal with is perhaps maybe just two questions. I think when I was saying I was covered by my colleague previously was to look at the urban-rural divide. You denote region, but then you presented the provinces. So I was fascinated to see what, particularly around the one dimension of access to healthcare as an argument, the dynamics in rural and urban areas are vastly different in this regard, and equally so are different in terms of access to the quality of that healthcare, given the suppression of budgets going into this next midterm, in this next midterm, will have implications even in urban areas about the quality of that healthcare. So I'm interested to see where your model sits on that issue. The other question is you mentioned the impact of grants, especially you cited the child grant. I'm fascinated to learn what your view is on the social relief distress grant, which seems to be going to become a permanent feature of fiscal planning in the next while. I might have missed it. But given that you cite that the child grant can be increased I'm interested in SRD, and I'm interested in the basic income grant, perhaps maybe as a policy formulation going forward. So that is part of the question. I think those will cover those two things. Let me allow you to respond to that. Doc, may I impress upon you that naturally we are trying to catch time. So if you are brief in your responses, that'll be helpful. Thanks.
Okay. Lot of very interesting questions, and I won't do justice to them, but I wrote them down, and hopefully I mean, one thing to consider is that this is just the beginning. It is not like this expansions and the papers that has been produced is relatively new. So there's a lot of policy analysis that still need to be done and tested and by users and others, who can, shed lights on the dynamic of the economy, relationship between the dynamic evolution of the economy and the alternative scenarios and MDP. We haven't explored all the possibilities. We just wanted to demonstrate a few of those in the, at the end of the paper for you. In terms of the living condition of youth, quickly, the indicators that we are using and also we use for the measurements part, some of those are at individual level, some of those at household level. That's the closest we come to the questions that was asked right at the beginning in terms of capturing the impact of, let's say, an individual's household condition. And it is, some that, so for example, education is at individual level, but living conditions or assets or household income is at household level, and its impact on deprivation in the calculation of individual deprivation. So that's one area. In terms of the policy targets, I think with the tool, it is possible to do through research, identify most effective policies, of course. Here we put a wide range of policies out there, because one thing was become very obvious is that because of the nature of the model, which is there has a lot of things that are linked together and directly and indirectly, we wanted to also show that dynamic of the economy, how through those direct indirect links, policies that maybe even feel like they are far away, they can still have some impact. But definitely, it is certain policies have more direct impacts on multidimensional poverty, as it was, or it has higher coefficients or elasticities during those estimations that were done. So it is not, not all policies will have the same effects. Obviously, that's not the message, and it can be. One can, if let's say Parliament wants to zoom in multidimensional poverty targets, achieving and looking at most effective, I think that process can work really. In terms of the question on the sectoral, I'm glad you asked that. The model is a sectoral. The macro model is a multi-sector model that has 45 economic sectors, and actually it's the only bottom-up model in the country, in a sense that we have done determinants of these 45 sectors for 7 variables of them. So we have looked at, for example, in the mining, we've looked at what determines output, investments, employment, exports, import, wages, and prices in the mining using regression analysis. So it is possible to do shocks at the sector level and see how it reverberates at the sector and also at the economy wide, and for example on the employment side, on the wages and others, and then how it will end up can have impact on the multidimensional poverty at a given province or so. Yeah, so it's possible, especially for much more into like growth and development strategies at provincial level, which includes a lot of sectoral interventions and trying to stimulate sectors and look at the impacts of those on the, because they don't have expenditure power, the other things that they do, and see whether that can help. On food security, obviously the question is if I can just, it's about food deprivation, whether the food should be, whether the population need to be included. I don't have good answer for you, but it's definitely a good question. But from a deprivation point of view, I'm sure there was good discussions in 2014 when the Stats SA was also choosing the same similar categories that we use for the deprivation, and how they also address the food deprivation, and whether the dimensions that we have, there is an overlap, but it's a very good questions, and I think there are the model, the interventions and the model results are obviously linked, and as you mentioned, the starting point of 1920 to 25. It's based on these scenarios, and we're not putting a projection saying this is how the economy is going to be. All the model projections are scenario based. So based on a mix of scenarios, like what the chair is, for example, suggesting, or if you introduce basic income grants, it will be a different story. There's some changes that would be it will have multidimensional poverty implication. It has various implications, including the multidimensional poverty. So the projections are policy dependent, and that's why the rural-urban side of the. I have to go back with we tried. There were variables that we considered to find whether there are statistical associations between multidimensional poverty and that, let's say, that the geographic factor, and we couldn't establish, given the data and the method could not establish association. Even though we may think that certain association exists, we may not be able to statistically prove that or have that established. And I wonder whether that was one of the issues, one of the areas that we looked at. On the issue of social special relief of stress, the SRD and basic income. We've done a paper on basic income grant. We've been involved as ADRS on the basic income grant debate and scenarios around it, but we didn't bring that to these discussions because we wanted to keep it on the multidimensional poverty. But it definitely, I think, those scenarios will have, because those are one of the direct scenarios that are basically targeted toward poverty, income poverty, but it will have income poverty, remember, is also one of the variables we found that is associated with multidimensional poverty. Lowering income poverty has also positive effect on multidimensional poverty and deprivations. And it will have different effects on those deprived with 1 dimension or 2 dimensions or fully deprived. It will, it does have those. But there's a paper we have, I'll be happy to share with you on basic income grant and scenarios around it and simulations that we did on that. Okay, I stop there.
Doc, thank you so much. Dr. Lehotla, I see you have your hand up. So do you want to take it now? But you've also got your session coming up now. So
Yes, oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable man. Why I was silent is because I'm a guilty party in the discussion. When you ask me what am I up to, it's because ever since I left office, or even before I left office, we started working with applied development research solutions. Basically because I realized that the government doesn't have tools of instruments of power. And what has been presented before us are new instruments of power that can determine differently the kinds of evidence that we need in order to execute. And I think in the combination of Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative on Poverty and the ADRS tools, I've been sitting in the middle of those. I am an associate at Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative. I am a director of Economic Modeling Academy, which sits on the EDRS tools. And it is in the combination of these that we have been seeking how government and industry and society can come together to create, at least use the tools, new instruments of power to make the kinds of decisions. Having served in government, at least in a competent statistics South Africa, I observed with dismay that the government doesn't have instruments of power. Therefore, it cannot execute its mandate. And these two instruments, as you can see, as they articulate, they give you projections of how poverty can be impacted, how inequality can be impacted. The problem that we have is that the tools or instruments of power tell us how much GDP will be, how much debt to GDP ratio will be. They exclude the essence of our pain, which is poverty, inequality, and unemployment. They don't have the power to forward look. These instruments are the true instruments of power that integrate all that and give you possibility of choice. So when you asked where have I been to, that's where I've been. Thanks, Chair.
No, and I'm appreciative of that, because when we look at even appropriations, invariably, we, at the risk of sounding sometimes cynical and maybe critical of the process, is that it can become a compliance exercise reliant on historical budgeting mechanisms without really employing tools that ask, what question are we trying to respond to? What problem are we trying to solve? Other than, at its most generous sense, let's keep the stability relative to whether are we in fact addressing social needs. So So I take that input quite poignantly, Prof, because it is the question that I think South Africa in 30 years needs to grapple with for the next 10, if we are going to have a sensible conversation about how we budget, how we govern, what priority choices we make, etc. Because I think we are really at times operating in the realm of politics, which I think you can appreciate in the absence of data or any statistical analysis. Perhaps maybe let me park it there and Prof, allow you, given that you are on for the next session, begin with you. We'll have 3 presentations or 2 to be specific. Dr. Shamila will be next, and then we'll allow the various inputs to go, and then we'll take another round of questions if that's okay. So, Jose Mpusa, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I would make a presentation, but rather, I think rather than do that, I should, having foregrounded the previous discussions, probably discuss the history of planning in South Africa and suggest that we need a point of inflection. And that point of inflection should engage new instruments of power. Because the way we have dispensed with power, to repeat what we have said, Chair, has been more compliance rather than say where we should be. Where we should be as a question is a desire as expressed in the National Development Plan. But the distance between the National Development Plan and where we are and where we should be is a gap of instruments of power. That's the serious gap. And in my tenure as the statistician general, I've been very frustrated by the absence and paucity of instruments of power that we should use to get where we should be. One instrument of power that we have is the data itself. And no doubt Statistics South Africa has that ample data. And when I first met Asgar Adelzadeh, in fact, it was in 2005. And little did I know that we were fighting in opposite sides. Because at the time I was the statistician general and he was working for the UNDP, and they came with the Human Development Index. And our concern at the Statistics Commission in New York was that the Human Development Index lacks the necessary statistical methodology to generate what it generates. So little did I know that by 2007 and 2010, I'll meet Sabina Alkir, who is the director of Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative. And in that process, we got inducted into using other methods that the statistical system could actually benefit from generously. So in that process of looking at multidimensional poverty from Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative, and what Asgar was doing at the UNDP, we started walking the path. And by 2015, 2014, I met Asgar Adelzadeh, and I looked at the instruments of power of modeling, particularly the South African system. And in those instruments of power, he could actually, using the generous data at Statistics South Africa, I was quite impressed by the capacity that is in the ADRS models. And I thought of bringing those to the center of government. But did government like it? No. So let me give you an anecdote. Once I'd seen what ASGA was doing at ADRS, I decided that I'll take statistics officials to California to go and understand what he does. I approached the DPME to say, can we go together? My God, it was like extracting a tooth. The people that needed it the most were the most resistant. I got 10 officials, PhD, in them. I said, you go there. You look at these instruments of power that Adelzadeh is doing. Because I was quite impressed because the data that he had used was South Africa statistics data. He was coming with this complex model that has 12,000 simultaneous equations that follow the motions of the economy. I said, you guys will come and report back to me when you come back from there, whether the 9-point plan of President Zuma is going to work or not. They came back, they said it's not going to work. They didn't say that only, they sat with me, I saw that it was not going to work. As a civil servant, I went to the directors general, I said, here is my team from State SA. They are saying that this thing that we are looking at as DGs is not going to work. They said, oh, is it not going to work? I said, there is the evidence. Well, what happened? The president had to go and read the State of the Nation address. We know that it didn't work. Now, the avoidance by the civil service to deploy instruments of power, it's quite perplexing. So as a frustrated statistician general who thought that he's doing good work to provide the data, thinking that I will even go over my responsibility to go into economic modeling, I thought I was being useful. I suspect I wasn't, because that was never adopted. So the resilience and resistance to the application and use of instruments of power, it's a silent killer of our democracy. And we are here today in order to ensure that these instruments of power are at the center of oversight, because they will strengthen foresight. So I believe, and as I believed with ASGA then, when I left office, I said, how do we tackle this? So we created Economic Modeling Academy at Gibbs. And Gibbs said, this is a godsend, because this complements that which we do at Gibbs. So modeling, economic modeling, are the programs and courses that we offer in order to capacitate the state to do the work that they are supposed to do, of deploying and understanding the instruments of power in order to dispense the power that they have. To date, the absence of those instruments of power, the presence of the instruments that only confine us to the inputs, such as GDP. GDP is not an output, it's an input. We are dealing with society. The output of what the GDP does, growth, is an input into how society performs. It leads to an impact of how the South African child born today will be different in the future. We don't have, therefore, true impact indicators in the way we manage government, in the way we manage the state. We don't measure what we treasure, which is what is the impact on poverty. That's why multidimensional poverty is very, very important. Yet, it is not part of the raft of the instruments of power we use to measure our performance. So, Chair, I believe that we have a revolutionary mission to achieve through the use of instruments, new instruments of power. Ask me why I am so seized by this idea of these new instruments of power. A sage by the name of Morana Moshomi, who was ruling in the Free State in 1800, was approached by the father of Morana Mushweshwe, the founder of the Basotho Nation. Morana Mushweshwe, the son, was a murderer. He had murdered 5 people. Founder of the Basotho Nation had murdered 5 people. His father took him to Morana Mushweshwe. And when he got there, he said, "Here is my son." And Morana Mushweshwe said, "Yes, there is a leader here." And Mushweshwe said, "How do I get power? What is the medicine for power?" Morana Mushweshwe said, "There is no medicine for power, Mushweshwe. Here is the medicine for power. It's about a responsible leader, and the responsible leader pursues peace, creates productive alliances, that is production, and creates conditions for intergenerational value. And that he achieves through integrated reporting." Mushweshwe had not seen a computer. Mushweshwe had not seen a computer, but he talked to the idea of integrated reporting, which means that new instruments of power to manage public affairs. Today, we have several computers here, yet in government, our planning is putting files and files on top of each other or near each other, and we say we are planning. And there's no integration at the data level. So when you see what Corinne presents here and what Asgard represents at the big model, everything is connected at the data level. And that is what Moshomi talked about in terms of integrated reporting, in order to achieve intergenerational value. So if I were to present one slide that is like, I don't know how I connect, because I just want to show one slide, which shows that in South Africa, we are never, ever, in the next 100 years or in the next 200 years, we shall never see intergenerational value for as long as we go in the way we go, because we don't have and we avoid access to the tools and instruments of power. So can I just connect
I was nearly about to protest when you said we shall never. That's why I'm so glad I'm here. I feel like a sinner has come to church.
Honorable Maiman, I just want to show you what we have achieved in the last 30 years. Because unless and until Parliament sees all these things and is seized by it, we'll have serious problems. How do I access it?
Log on to the Zoom link or yeah.
How do I get my system to seems like I'm not connected.
Yes, you're not.
You're not connected. Or otherwise I can connect to that, yes. Yes, I can just connect to that. I'll do that very, very, very quickly. Yes. I used to sit in these rooms. It is a pleasure to connect you. And I was saying that let's say you will be the only political party that all sides of the house your support. And when that happened, I knew that my time was up, my job was done. So in 2017, when I left, I knew really that probably State SA had achieved what it needed to achieve, and it continues to do so. I want to start here.
No, you still have to log in, unfortunately, because unless you send it to me.
Oh, I thought I was projecting.
But it's not linked to the slide.
Oh, I see. I can just.
Let's quickly do this. I apologize.
Oh, I see. I hope I'm not taking too much of your time, Chair.
You are presenting a converse problem in that you have the data, you can't present it. We sit in government, we know the data is there, but we're not interested. I think that is the presentation that you are presenting.
Why don't I don't have a memory stick. If I have a memory stick, I could just.
Okay. Okay, let me hotspot you. Let me hotspot you.
Oh. Oh, yes, I'll hotspot myself.
Hotspot yourself.
I'll hotspot myself.
Actually, it's only one slide.
Yeah, this is now a one slide which is becoming very difficult to. Then let's see.
So just do this one. No,
yeah, that's that one. Yes, I can connect to that. I'm connected, then I can go to.
Forward it to me.
Forward the presentation.
Perhaps in the meantime, if Dr. Shanil is perfect. Are you ready from your end? You'll be up next.
This will give me a tough time myself.
We are touching. Yes, it should have. We are touching. Yes, I'm not sure what is. Yes, I know it's a 38. Why is it taking so long? Why don't I do this?
Send it to me. You are logging. So you can send it to me via.
No, I think what I need is just.
Let me send you the link.
What it does.
It's
No, I'll remove one thing.
Yeah, let's use another stick. It's quickly.
Okay.
Then
yes, you can plug it in.
Yes, I'll plug it in.
Yeah.
Now the most things are not
opening. It's not opening. The memory stick is refusing to open. We must be bewitched.
It's working?
No, it's I removed the video. It had a video. Yes, yeah. Yeah, it had a video. Now I removed the one slide. Okay. But let's still do that.
I don't know, it's because it starts, so what?
Is it encrypted?
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Do you know what, forward it to Gmail, it don't come through?
Oh, Gmail.
Because where's the send actually?
I understand that.
Yes, send to my Gmail. Send. Okay.
Okay.
You don't have it back here? Okay. Yeah, let's use, let's use mistake. I feel so bad. I load it for myself.
Okay, yeah, go. Where is this thing now? File. You still have not got it. Save a copy, browse. I don't need to. I have to, let me stop it from, because it's browsing the cloud now. So you just have to stop here from all that it has done now. It's browsing properly now. I go to SB and okay. It's done. Close it so that it doesn't lose it. And then okay.
Fine, it's fine. It's just
okay. There you go.
Are you winning?
Yes, it looks like we have won. Romania. Yeah, that's that one. Yes.
let's just wait for it.
There it is. Let's just start here.
Okay. Let's do that. Yeah.
Yes, let's start from the crossing. Yes, that one. So, Chair, as I said, that I am an implicated party, both in the creation of the problem and hopefully in trying to discuss the solutions to the problem. As you will see that in education, I mean, children still cross rivers that are filled. I guess the only conclusion I can come to is that we don't like our children. And when Komape died in a cesspit, we had to go and hide and have the parents have to engage lawyers to exact responsibility from government. When this child has died at a school in a pit latrine, and the government doesn't take responsibility to say, this is our mistake. Instead, the family has to go over a number of years to chase the people they elected into power to find justice. This is the problem. I think this is at the heart of our problem. That it doesn't look like we have empathy. Tools and instruments of power will work when we have empathy. And I think these tools and instruments of power are pushing us to trigger that empathy. That's what that why is it not going on. You see, the statistician general that I was then, I asked South Africans as the statistician general what let me say that yes. We asked the general public what the priorities were. Obviously, if the statistician general asks the question now, the priorities until more recently would have been electricity, until ESCOM managed to get power to us for the 205 days up to so far. But the priorities would be electricity, would have been electricity. We asked the public what their priorities were. The first priorities was access to reliable and safe water. And we know that we have Hammanskraal and cholera. No doubt the public is correct in making that a priority. And then employment opportunities, high levels of unemployment, and cost of electricity. I'm saying cost of electricity will be highest. Now, education is number 50. Now, there's no politician that will go and canvass votes on education when it is not a priority in society. You need an extraordinary politician to go and canvass votes on education. Yet, it is central to the multidimensional poverty. I'm sure Mulai from Stats SA showed that it is unemployment followed by education. Those two together define our problems. It is worse for the youth, which are 15 to 34. 70% of their problems is defined by lack of education. Yet, we are unable to prioritize education. Prioritizing education is not the biggest budget. Prioritizing education is it's about the multidimensional poverty, including gender-based violence, because it's central in determining whether South Africa succeeds in education or not. So I said I was going to show you one slide. This is the critical slide. South Africa has gone through a demographic transition. Even the second wave of demographic transition is gone. I mean, it fits largely the path of Latin America more than the path of Asia, where China and them. And when you go through this demographic transition and you don't capture it as a demographic dividend, then you end up with a demographic disaster. This is the place where we are as South Africa. So, number of children that women gave birth to has decreased, and that number has decreased, is not increasing. And therefore, the way of capturing the demographic dividend has gone past, because those that were born have not been educated, so they have become a burden. Or rather, we have created a burden out of them. So they didn't do themselves, we did it. So you can see that despite the demographic transition that has happened in South Africa, the demographic transition was attended by per capita increases income in China of 6.9 per annum. In South Africa, it stayed stagnant at 1%. That is why we don't, and we are unlikely to have a demographic dividend, because the wave of people that has gone past has not been trained. So we cannot get a demographic dividend out of a demographic transition that we didn't take care of. That path is gone. And this just shows you the paths through which these things happen. Now, this is the slide that I want to show. And I think I might have shown this slide. When Mandela got out of prison, education became free and children actually went to school. We have 99% of children aged 6, 7 are in school. So is the case in secondary. But the throughput of all that, look at the throughput. This is where the throughput is of those children in TVET and university. That gray area is a vortex of disaster. This is the demographic disaster. They don't go anywhere. What happens to them, or rather what happens is that these ones here are the ones that will proceed into the next phase, which is those that are attaining degrees. And I'm putting this deliberately to show you English-speaking whites, African-speaking whites, English-speaking Asians, English-speaking coloreds, and African-speaking coloreds. Everyone here who speaks English has a demographic dividend. There is intergenerational value. You can see that these graphs are going up. These colors that are speaking Africans don't have demographic dividend. They don't have intergenerational value. They don't secure it because the graph is going down. Now, because the colors and the blacks are 90% of the population, all of them across provinces, you see the graphs are going down that way. It means the entire country is not having intergenerational value. So people pass matric, go into attain degrees, but a declining proportion of them complete their degrees. The rest get thrown out by the system. So now you saw that it was English-speaking whites here. Here you saw English-speaking whites. Where is it now? Here. You see they're operating at 70%. So you can mark, just check this here. It's 60% there. 60%. When you bring all of us, coloreds and blacks, we dilute that English-speaking people, and then the intergenerational value drops to 30% because we have diluted them. But it's a few of us who are black, we have gone in. But for the rest, like myself, I truly belong here because I speak Sesotho. I belong here where there is no intergenerational value. But because of English, I'm up there. And there are very few of us who are there. So the fact of the matter is even when women do better, you can see they are closing this gap here of completion of degrees. If you look at census of 96, census of 2001, census of 2011, by the census of 2022, you see women are doing better. The gap has been closed. But even in that catching up, the intergenerational value is going south. So there are too few of us who, even having achieved a degree, are not at a rate that sustains an intergenerational value, which is what Mushomi was talking about when he said responsibility, responsible leader ensures that there is intergenerational value. We don't have it. And that's the crisis that we are facing. So these people, these ones here in the gray area, what will happen to them is that they'll never see any income until they are 60 years. In that gray, they are 20 years. And of course, they look 60 years when you look at them in the street. They'll only get money in another 40 years. This is income, access to income. If they, and those that are grade 11 and grade 12, not much difference. Only those who have done some degree will get income at an earlier age, which is here. Now, this is what is confronting us. So what we have been trying to do through ASGA and Corrie is to appropriately characterize the nature of the challenge. And when we have characterized the nature of the challenge, then we have 90% of the solution. But if we don't accurately characterize the nature of the challenge and we go glibly about it, we don't have a solution. But when we have characterized it, put it at the level of oversight or foresight, then we can understand what will need to be done. So what is happening then? in terms of this information, you realize that in 1994, this was the level of skill amongst whites, the level of skill amongst Indian, the dark blue. Amongst colors, this was the level of skill, the dark blue, in 1994. By 2016, it's that light gray. There's not been any movement amongst blacks. It has remained stuck up to 2024. Figures for 2024, they are the same as these ones here. So over a period of time, whites have become 3 times the proportion of skilled people. Amongst blacks, with 20% skilled, you cannot change the equation. It's impossible. It can't. And these 2 populations here are 90% of South Africa's population. These lower ones are 90%. And that part is only 10%. The question that we have to ask is, what does it take to move this population here, which is 20% or 18%, to that 60%? That's the question. What is the path? Which is what Asga was talking about. What is the path? And that's the task that oversight should be concerned with. And say, we want that 60%, let's get the path. So that's my presentation.
I'm not sure. I am so incensed that I don't want to applaud the presentation. And I'm not being dramatic for drama's sake. I've had a week of depression. On Monday, I had the budget council. I think we're running out of money. No. And then on Tuesday, I had the state of spending, Q1, Q2. And now I finished the week with that fairly depressing, genuinely so, presentation. I think put starkly like that, presents a future where South Africa, where politics will matter less if we do not do anything about the question that you've put before us. And when you layer that with a continent and what its impact are on the continent writ large, then you can appreciate that the only logical conclusion is that in a population in the continent of 1.4 billion people, the only question you should be concerning yourself with is how many of those people will die. Put starkly in that nature. The honorable member here needs to leave, so I'm going to give you 3 minutes. You wanted to make an input on poverty, and then we'll move on to the doctor shortly.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Chair, we've heard in the presentation earlier that I questioned the absence of the availability of food and food security in the understanding of poverty, particularly in the South African context. And having attended yesterday's program, I was particularly interested, and obviously as a politician, we know that one of the apex priorities of the 3 apex priorities that the president had outlined in his State of the Nation address, number 1 is reducing unemployment, and number 2 is reducing poverty, and with that, the cost of living. So addressing poverty and reducing poverty is a key aspect of the government. And food security is an important part of this. And yesterday, I was pleasantly surprised to find out that the ShopRite Group had commissioned a study on the Food Security Index in South Africa, and that was published yesterday. I believe yesterday was International Day for Food Security. So it is available on the net. You will get it. So I just want to share with the audience here, because I think it's very, very crucial for us to take this message home. So they've done an examination of what was the Food Security Index in South Africa in 2019 and what is it now in 2024. So it's a useful indication of where we are. And before I share with you the statistics and what the results are, they used 4 indicators
of food security. They speak of availability of food. In other words, how much of food is the country producing physically in terms of tons is the country able to produce? The second dimension they looked at is what is the access of food, both economic and physically. In other words, people, what is the cost of food and hence its accessibility? And where is the food located for people to physically access? And it brings into dimension the rural and the urban kind of access to food. The third aspect, they speak of food utilization. What is the quality of nutrition that we are taking in? And the last one is the stability of food, and it takes into account economic factors, wars, natural disasters, etc. So those are the four aspects that the study looks into. And then I'll share with you the results very quickly. The results of it are as follows. In 2019, South Africa had, and 0 is a very deprived food index, a severe food deprivation. In 2019, our food security index was 64.6. And in 2023, our food security index reduced by almost 33% to 45.3. So that dropped from 64.6 to 45.3. That's 20 percentage points. So it's a declining trend, unfortunately. What are some, just very quickly, some of the factors in terms of availability? In terms of availability, our food dropped from 2.8 tons per person to 2.6. In terms of people not meeting the minimum food requirements, kcal requirements, is increased from 1.8 million to 4.7. This is an interesting statistic which the chair will be interested in, is the differentiation of food access from rural and urban. And then I think the issue of gender is also addressed in this. Interestingly enough, 16.7% of females in rural areas are at higher risk of female-headed. 16.7% of female-headed homes are at greater risk of food deprivation in rural areas compared to 11.9% of women in urban areas. And by contrast, 12.5% of men in rural areas male-headed homes are at risk compared to 8.7% in. So what it talks to is two things. One is female-headed homes are at greater risk of food deprivation, and rural areas at greater risk of food deprivation. In terms of stability, we have struggled. In terms of COVID, we know that there would have been. In terms of our economic decline, etc., those is affected. And I would like to add to that, I mean, the 2021 insurrection that we experienced in the country and the instability we've had has contributed. And lastly is the variety of food. Just to conclude, one of the significant impacts on this has been on children. 1 out of 4 children, or 25% of our kids, are suffering the most. They are suffering from food deprivation, and it results in a condition called stunting. And the result shows that we are, in terms of our level of stunting of our children, almost similar to the children in Zimbabwe in terms of stunting. And it is mentioned that food nutrition in the first 1,000 days of the child is very crucial for the child's growth. Lastly, but certainly not least, here to conclude, what are some of the interventions that it proposes in this study? One is the prioritizing of nutrition interventions during the first 1,000 days of the child's growth. The second thing is trying to zero rate as much goods as we can as possible to make the primary and the important goods available. And lastly is supporting communities, especially rural communities and households, to establish food gardens. So, honorable friends, I think for me, what was crucial to understand is we are facing a challenge that if we in South Africa, which is a middle-class country, is facing this challenge, we can only imagine what the condition is in the rest of Africa, and more so we can imagine what the conditions is in war-torn countries around the world. And I thank you, Chair, for me this opportunity.
Yes, I see 2 hands have gone up. Yes, sir.
Chair, just a small comment to the honourable member, and I, with all due respect, and I thank you for that submission. I would just like to draw to this House attention that most of that information has been available before the ShopRite report. And I would also like to just draw to the attention that ShopRite nowhere in the report speaks about their own culpability in that situation, in terms of its profit margins and what they've been paying their CEOs. And the Competition Commission has alerted us to that in the past. So it's correct, it is true,
But the spokesperson who brings that to us, ShopRite Checkers, is very much part of the problem. And so it is a whitewashing of food insecurity by some of the very people or sectors of society that has contributed to it. And I just think we should just also acknowledge that.
Great input. Thank you so much. And then the hand at the back there.
Fantastic. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Petronel Kruger. I'm from the Healthy Living Alliance. And I am from an NGO. And I've been sitting here listening to these discussions quite keenly. Early in the year, we've actually extended an invitation to every political party who has a seat in the National Assembly to have a discussion on food. And I'm struck by how different the discussions are when political parties want us to vote for them versus after the fact. We were invited here to discuss poverty and solutions. And well, it's very interesting, and I've had some lively and spirited discussions with participants during the breaks. We've had quite a stale, boring discussion about numbers. We have not yet actually discussed what we're going to do to alleviate poverty. I'm very happy to hear that we're bringing in some nutrition discussion here. We've really spoken about poverty to the extent that we've raised food security, and that is critical. But we're not bringing in, even though we've had two speakers yesterday specifically mention nutrition, we're not adequately bringing that discussion in. We're seeing that overweight and obesity exists in households where we have stunting. We know that we have double the rate of overweight and obesity for children under 5 than in the rest of the world. We have 400,000 children in schools suffering from diabetes. So when we have these discussions...
Can I make a quick proposal?
Absolutely.
I want to, straight after the two presentations, there's just one more. There are inputs that are going to be made here in groups. Can I make a proposal that the input that you would like to make right now, because I think you're making an important point, nutrition, etc. If you could make it there, that would be helpful. Could I do that? We've got a number of presentations coming through, and then straight after that, if you could do it there, that'd be first prize.
All right, thanks, Jay.
What is your name again?
It's Petronel Kruger.
Sorry?
Petronel Kruger.
Petronel Kruger. Got you. I will even use executive power to put you first. But that's only that's as much power as limited. I have no other than that. Let me move to Dr. Shamila, and then we go from there.
Thank you, honorable members, Dr. Yankees, Dr. Mohammed, esteemed speakers and guests, all protocol observed. My name is Chanel van der Berg, and I'm the Regional Advisor on Sustainable Development for Southern Africa for the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Regional Office for Southern Africa based in Pretoria, and very happy to be invited to be part of this discussion today. Because as I mentioned briefly yesterday, when we are talking about poverty, we are talking about a human rights issue. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my slideshow thing. Yeah. All right. So we just heard from the doctor over there, the participant, that food insecurity is a crisis. And it's also a fundamental violation of the right to food, the fundamental, inalienable, inherent right to food. And we heard Dr. Pali tell us that it matters how we frame a problem. So when we're talking about a development problem and the Sustainable Development Goals, as we also heard from Professor Alkira yesterday, we are actually talking about a human rights issue. And this is recognized in the Sustainable Development Agenda, in that it is grounded in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other international treaties, and that states, including South Africa, has a responsibility to respect, protect, and promote fundamental human rights for all. So already in 1948, when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was drafted, there was a recognition that the economic model at that time was not working for the people on the ground. And yes, the Global South was excluded from that exercise. And luckily, we are now at a point where South Africa is a leader in terms of human rights and guaranteeing human rights for all without discrimination. So the Universal Declaration 76 years ago already had the foresight to include a comprehensive range of economic, social, and cultural rights. The right to food, the right to housing, the right to water and sanitation, the right to education, which is of crucial importance, and an empowerment right leading to the realization of various other rights. So the Secretary General of the United Nations has recognized that if we take a human rights-based approach to development and development challenges, the outcomes are more sustainable, powerful, and effective. And if we are to go look at SDG 1, 2, right to food, 3, right to health, 4, right to education, 5, the duty not to discriminate and to enjoy all these rights without gender discrimination or other discrimination, the right to water and sanitation, and we even take it to the right to work at international law. And we can see that whereas the Sustainable Agenda is a voluntary political commitment, human rights are legal obligations. So once South Africa ratifies an international treaty, it forms part of South Africa's rule of law. So if an international financial institution comes to South Africa and gives them a loan with conditionalities as an upper middle income country, those conditionalities, to the extent that they breach human rights, breaches South Africa's rule of law, and therefore also impacts on the sovereignty of South Africa. It's also interesting to note that just as we are speaking about multidimensional poverty and also multidimensional human flourishing, Agenda 2030 itself is also multidimensional and integrated in its approach. So when we talk about the 5 Ps of prosperity, people, planet, peace, and partnerships, we can link these directly to human rights. And if you read the Sustainable Development Goals and their targets and indicators, you will see verbatim language drawn from international human rights treaties. So the human rights system brings in accountability into this voluntary political space. And we've heard a lot about data and the importance of disaggregated data, but this isn't just important for voluntary national reviews. It's also important for mandatory reporting to the international human rights mechanisms in order to monitor and track the enjoyment of these fundamental rights in South Africa. So we know that the Southern African Customs Union is the most unequal sub-region in the world. And we know that the World Bank has recognized that female-headed households, Black South Africans, and children under the age of 15 are at the highest risk of being left behind. In South Africa, as well as Namibia, the second most unequal country, skewed racial land ownership has contributed very much to this problem of inequality. And then we see other factors that are common to the Southern African Customs Union sub-region. And one of the most crucial, as we've heard time and time again, is that of the rural-urban divide. So we know that a Black African man sitting in Cape Town is going to encounter a lot of different challenges than a Black African woman in a rural area. And especially if that Black African woman in a rural area has a disability or might be gay, she's going to face even more compound disadvantage and discrimination. And when we talk about intersectionality, we're not talking about an aggregate. It's a unique and dynamic form of discrimination that puts us behind and leaves us behind if we have those characteristics, even though on paper, we all have these fundamental human rights on an equal basis as others, regardless of who we are. So the World Bank has also recognized this. So we can ask ourselves, if we start from the departure point, what is the purpose of our economy here in South Africa, but globally as well? Is it profits for corporations? Or is it for human flourishing and the well-being of humans across all these vectors and sectors we're measuring according to multidimensional poverty? And we can see that our current economic model is not faring well, but we're not alone in South Africa. This is unfortunately a global phenomenon that economies are not working for the people. And we've heard globally how poverty rates are just increasing. So according to the World Bank, the upper middle income poverty rate, so relative poverty rate, is sitting at 63%. Our Gini income index is sitting at 63, consolidating South Africa's position as the most unequal country in the world, noting that Brazil used to have that dubious honor. And through a comprehensive social protection program, amongst other things, South Africa has overtaken Brazil as the most unequal, with our neighbor Namibia being the second most unequal. We've heard a lot about unemployment, almost being the record high recorded in 2021, with youth unemployment staggering at 60.8% and 41.7% respectively. And we also heard about the provincial disparities from Stats SA. So we look at the expanded definition of unemployment in the Northwest at over 54% versus here in the Western Cape at just over 27%. We also know that poverty, unemployment, and the effects of inequality are feminized in South Africa. So all the data tells us that women are more deprived. And we need to start thinking about poverty, yes, of a deprivation of human capabilities, but also a deprivation of fundamental human rights. So it is women who suffer the burdens of collecting water and who risk their safety and security in doing so in South Africa. It is women who are often assigned to caregiving and therefore sacrifice their educational attainment and their enjoyment of the right to education. And so whatever the numbers might say, we know from the data that we see every day that poverty, inequality, and unemployment are feminized, and that Black African women are the worst off in South Africa. So the UN international human rights mechanisms, such as the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, which are referred to as CESC, has also assessed how South Africa's economy and economic model is faring. And here in 2018, the CESC noted that despite the legacy of apartheid, which the committee acknowledges, that the gross inequalities that are persisting in South Africa means that the economic model adopted is not inclusive enough. And furthermore, that South Africa's taxation system, in terms of corporate tax, in terms of value-added tax, in terms of the absence of a wealth tax, is not sufficiently progressive. And we can see today with statistics, and I won't be showing fancy graphs, but we can see that our progressivity in the tax system has become more regressive over the years. And so the committee also noted, the CESC committee, that back in, I think it was 2017, when VAT was increased by 1 percentage point, there was no human rights impact assessment that preceded that adjustment. So we're seeing here that when we are setting economic policy and working on our economic model so it actually works for the people, we are not considering fundamental human rights on which our constitutional democracy is built. We also see that the committee was very surprised to see a program of fiscal consolidation being adopted before irregular wasteful expenditure has been rooted out. And to this, we can also add corruption and illicit financial flows. So we see that austerity measures are resorted to, and this results in the cuts to everything we have just spoken about: the right to health, for which we need the right to food, the right to education, and the right to social protection, which we know has a fantastically positive impact on poverty in this country. We also have the UN committee recognizing that many people in South Africa are in precarious employment, whether they are in the informal or the formal economy. And when we speak about something like the expanded public works program, we also have to ask, is this decent work? Because that is what we're entitled to, the right to decent work. Is this voluntarily assumed and accepted work? And we must remember that international labor standards are also human rights standards. So these are important questions to ask. We don't just want any employment, we want decent work, because that is our right. The committee also recognizes unemployment, and one group that's been missing a little bit from the discussions we've had over these 2 days is persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities mostly live in poverty. They are in a vicious cycle of being unable to access employment with reasonable accommodation and to get out of the poverty trap. We know that globally there are data gaps when it comes to persons with disabilities, but let's work together to support Stats SA and others to bridge these data gaps. And we cannot speak about multidimensional poverty without recognizing the plight of persons with disabilities in this country, many of whom are, for example, Black African women with disabilities, and so who face intersectional disadvantage. In the Sustainable Development Agenda, we have all committed to reaching those furthest behind first. And so when we talk about prioritization, we need to look at who is worst off and have policy measures targeting and reaching them first, because every person matters. We value what we count and we count what we value. Every person counts and we should value every person. The committee also notes the gender pay gap. So once again, we see discrimination against women deeply ingrained in the very structure of our economy and our labor market. And unfortunately, again, this data isn't that freely available, but we know that there is this persistent gender gap, which has probably risen from 27% since the committee made these recommendations in 2018. So if we think of poverty as a deprivation of economic, social, cultural, and civil and political rights, what are we aiming at? We're aiming at a decent or adequate standard of living where we can all flourish as human beings and really be well. And fortunately, South Africa is one of the leading, most progressive countries in the world when it comes to enshrining economic, social, and cultural rights in the Constitution of South Africa. This is also mirrored in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but in addition to the constitutional rights of access to housing, sufficient food and water, social security, including social assistance, the right to education, children's socioeconomic rights, and prisoners or detainees' socioeconomic rights, the Universal Declaration, as well as the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, guarantee the right to work, and also guarantee the right to an adequate standard of living, which encompasses many of those rights listed in the South African Constitution. So if we want to combat poverty, if we want to do something about it after we've measured it, we need to make sure that we progressively realize these rights as a country. So that means moving as expeditiously as possible towards full realization of all these vital rights. So what have the international human rights mechanisms noted about poverty in South Africa? Well, here we see the Committee on the Rights of the Child this year recognized that poverty contributes to high dropout rates in schools. We also see the same committee recognize that children living in poverty and children living in rural areas are more affected by barriers to accessing education, healthcare, basic protectional services, infrastructure. So poverty compounds these issues, and it also tells us what we need to look at, which dimensions poverty operates in to hold people back, and therefore which dimensions we need to measure. We also note that CEDAW, the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, notes the disproportionate effect of poverty on rural women. So rurality or geography is certainly a relevant factor and a relevant dimension of any poverty measurement. And we're always going to see this, not minimizing urban poverty, but we're always going to see this disproportionate multidimensional deprivation in rural areas. We've also noted during the Universal Periodic Review, which is a peer review mechanism, that South Africa accepted various recommendations made by other member states to address poverty, and including through radical socioeconomic transformation and recognizing the extremely high inequality levels in South Africa. And this is important because we know that even if we were to eradicate absolute poverty, with relative poverty and inequality, we risk social unrest. We risk an erosion of the social fabric because inequality is not good for anybody, and we all need to feel like equally valued and worthy members of society. We also note importantly that in 2018, the UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights made various recommendations around social security. And one of this was to ensure that those with little to no income aged 18 to 59 support some form of basic income support. So when the Honourable Chairperson spoke of a basic income grant, this could certainly be covered by a basic income grant modeled on the social relief of distress grant. We also, the committee also recommended to South Africa to develop a composite cost of living index so that we can know what the benchmark is in terms of social grants. Then, unfortunately, in 2021, the same committee evaluated the progress of South Africa in implementing these priority recommendations on social protection and noted insufficient progress on all fronts. So the government of South Africa had proposed the Consumer Price Index as a substitute for the Composite Cost of Living Index. But this is not comprehensive enough, as the South African Human Rights Commission and various civil society organizations pointed out to the Commission. It is not comprehensive and it does not reflect all the dimensions of a valuable life or a good life here in South Africa. So various stakeholders pointed to other benchmarks that exist in South Africa. For example, the Social Policy Initiative, formerly the Studies in Poverty and Inequality Center, their Decent Standard of Living Index, where they go to communities, consult on a community basis, and ask what are the socially perceived necessities of life, going from safety, so lighting, to internet, to food, of course, primarily, to clothing and so forth. And if we know where we want to go, it's easier to know how to get there. So we need a multidimensional poverty index to measure where we are. We need a benchmark, a decent or adequate standard of living benchmark to see where we want to go. And then by adopting a rights-based approach to policymaking, we can create a path where human rights can be guardrails and positive tools of change, taking us to the promise of the Constitution. So what can we do about all this? If the economic model currently is not working for the people in South Africa, what can we do? Well, the High Commissioner for Human Rights has called for a human rights economy. And globally, this goes from the point of departure that economic models are not working for the people in the world. So what we need to do to be ordered to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to realize fundamental human rights for all without discrimination, we need to start developing economies that places people and the planet above profits. So to start having economies fulfill their purpose and their objective, which is to work for the people and not to make corporations rich, right? It's for the human beings who have the human rights. So that is the global call by the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And it also aligns very closely with the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda under Agenda 2030. So there's various pathways to a human rights economy, and today we'll just speak about a few very briefly. You're welcome to contact me afterwards if you would like to learn more, and if you would like to be involved in seeking to operationalize the human rights economy here in South Africa, because we are really starting work on this and we need everybody's help. We certainly can't do it at all by ourselves. So the one pathway is a renewed action to invest in and implement economic, social, and cultural rights and the right to development. And we saw in 2021 with the July unrest that this investment in socioeconomic rights speaks to the Secretary General's prevention agenda. One of the first actions of President Ramaphosa following the civil unrest was to reinstate the social relief of distress grant, or the COVID grant. So yes, it was a combination of factors that led to the unrest, but the socioeconomic situation and suffering following the COVID-19 lockdowns, coupled with political factors, caused this melting pot, and it caught on fire with the unrest, and at a huge cost to the economy as well. So the Secretary General's prevention agenda is good for peaceful societies, good for social fabric, and also good for the fiscus. In order to implement socioeconomic rights, we need to measure their enjoyment or their deprivation, and therefore also the interlinked SDGs where we are on achieving them. And for that, we need a multidimensional poverty index to be able to really measure these different facets of life that are so important that they are framed as fundamental human rights, fundamental legal entitlements. Then another pathway is to ground fiscal policies in human rights. And to be able to do that, we need evidence. And to be able to have evidence, we need a measurement index that actually gives us that evidence. So again, to be able to craft evidence-based fiscal policies that are also human rights-based, we need a multidimensional poverty index. The UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights has also made recommendations on how we can invest in and implement economic, social, and cultural rights. And one of the recommendations is for South Africa to review its fiscal policy framework in order to increase its redistributive effect. Another recommendation is to consider revising both the provincial and the local equitable share formulae. And we've heard time and time again through these discussions that this has a huge impact on the persons in the poorest provinces and municipalities in terms of the discretion given to municipalities and provinces, but also in terms of how that is weighted. We also see that before resorting to fiscal consolidation or austerity, to first plug the gaps. What are the current leakages in terms of corruption, irregular, wasteful, fruitless expenditure, and illicit financial flows? Let's plug those gaps before we start cutting from where people need it most. So we can call it basic services, we can call it fundamental human rights. People need education and food and housing and social protection and water. In terms of austerity measures, the committee said to increase the funding in the areas of social security, health, and education, and that the DPME should ensure that their planning policies are directed at the rights in this covenant, but also in the South African Constitution. And interesting, there's even a recommendation to Parliament, and it is to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, but I think this might have been a misdirection from the committee, and it should really be to both houses, standing committees on appropriations and finance as well, and indeed to the whole of South Africa's Parliament. And that is for National Parliament to take these economic, social, and cultural rights into consideration in assessing budgetary choices of both the national and the provincial governments. So, and at the end of these concluding observations, you actually see the idea is for these recommendations to be workshopped with Parliament as a key stakeholder in South Africa's development trajectory. Then very quickly, other pathways to a human rights economy is to accelerate efforts to counter discrimination and inequalities. And here, so to leave no one behind. And here again, we need disaggregated data, because if we see that 98% of people have access to piped water, for example, what about those 2%? We're leaving them behind, and we're leaving them furthest behind. So we need to be able to disaggregate and drill down data as much as possible in order to identify who we need to target policy measures at. For example, Black African women with disabilities. And then very importantly, and this mirrors the Secretary General's agenda as well, in terms of our common agenda, is that we need to start measuring economic success beyond just GDP. And this is, I suppose, the inverse. It's very similar to the fact that we've been discussing here, that we need to measure poverty beyond income. So just as we need to measure deprivation beyond a single metric, we need to start measuring human flourishing, well-being, and development beyond a single metric. So that concludes it, and thank you very much. Over.
Thank you, Doc. Just for program purposes, we're just going to make one adjustment because Ms. Sarah needs to leave. So if it's okay, we'll move that one presentation to now, and then we'll be able to take the questions, and we should be back from a program point of view on time. So let me ask Okay. Oh, there you are.
Yes, I'm here.
I apologize.
No.
I'm a newbie here, so.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I wonder if my presentation can be shared. Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't.
While we do that, just from a process point of view, we're also going to swap chairs so that I bizarrely have a social justice conversation with Professor Tulima Donsela, so that I need to address
Right?
on time. So
Perfect. You want me to come here? No, I sent it already in the morning, but I can also share it from here. I'm just connected to Zoom now. Oh yes, I'm connected. I'll just mute and then I will share the screen. But it's better from my side, so I can move the slides with me. All right. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Sarah Hamouda. I work for the African Union, the African Peer Review Mechanism. We are based in Johannesburg, South Africa. Very much delighted to be invited by Ofi, my dear friend Corny, our mentor, Dr. Paddy Leholi. It's been a great pleasure to be engaged with Ofi over the past 3-4 years, thanks to the introduction arranged by Dr. Paddy. I will speak very briefly on how the APRM is functioning and how we are related to the work of poverty. I think it's been very enriching talk from yesterday. So many statistics to digest, and just my colleague from the UNHRC has also provided fantastic background on how poverty relates to human rights. I will speak rather on the APRM and how also this work relates to Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. So the APRM is one of the African Union-led voluntary mechanisms dedicated to promote good governance in the continent, and it was established in 2003 with the foundation of the NEPAD, or the New Development Partnership for Africa. We are both working together in the same, actually, headquarters in Johannesburg. And it's been one of the most innovative tools to encourage peer learning and accountability between member states at the highest level of political leadership to promote good governance in the continent. The EPRM is designated to conduct governance assessment reviews, where we are focusing on 5 thematic areas of governance. And in 2017, after the adoption of the first 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, we have been designated to also support member states in the monitoring and the evaluation of the agenda. We have been also encouraged by the African Union within the reforms of the Union led by President Kagame of Rwanda to improve our national governance reporting. And that requires, of course, further coordination with member states at national level and higher, I would say, coordination with the regional economic communities, including SADC, the Southern African Development Community. Agenda 2063 is Africa's blueprint for economic, political, and cultural integration, and it has a strong alliance with actually Agenda 2030. Sort to say that Africa was very privileged to have a common Africa position for the post-2015 development agenda as a transitional period between after the conclusion of the first Millennium Development Goals. And in this process, Africa highlighted through our member states at the United Nations the significance of governance, peace, development nexus. And this is how actually the Sustainable Development Goals also were crafted. We have 7 aspirations of Agenda 2063. We have also more than 11 flagship programs, which are the core, I would say, enablers of the agenda, including the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We as EPRM are very concerned by aspiration 3 and 4 because it relates directly to our mandate on promoting good governance and promoting peace and security. Having said that, also aspiration 1 regarding economic prosperity, where poverty is also highlighted and eradicating poverty is an objective. We are also concerned about that because it's part of our focus and assessment in the governance reviews under the socioeconomic governance thematic area. We are also very much, as I said, focusing on aspiration 3, and aspiration 3 meets to a certain extent SDG 16, which aims to build institutional capacities and strong and effective institutions and peaceful communities. And there has been strong evidence between promoting peace, as yesterday one of my the speakers highlighted the correlation between unemployment and crime, unemployment and poverty. So we also found in our research strong relevance and correlation between promoting peace and security and also eliminating poverty in most African countries, especially in countries with a post-conflict situation. But because also SDG 16 is quite broad, we are focusing heavily on issues like strengthening public institutions, effective, accountable, and transparent institution. And this is where also our work on reducing corruption is very much concerned, rule of law, illicit financial flows, and increasing Africa's participation in the global conversation. On aspiration 3, we are focusing heavily on issues related to the domestication of the African Union charters on democracy, respect to human rights, rule of law, and also the ethics and efficiency of civil service. This is what I was referring to, and I think my colleague already spoke about the relevance between human rights and the issue of food security. But this is just to show you how also our research and the research for other partners like Pathfinders highlight the relevance between SDG 16 and SDG 1 to end poverty. The EPRM through the governance assessment reviews, we have governance assessment tool, which is a lead questionnaire, where we have 5 thematic areas, as I highlighted, and we added the 5th thematic area on state resilience after COVID-19 as a response to our member states' recommendations to ensure that countries are prepared and have strategic frameworks to address shocks like COVID-19, including food insecurity. In each of these thematic area, we ask our member states on the level of alignment and adherence to different standards and codes, objectives, and of course, we have indicators related to the 5 thematic areas. And moving to the poverty in particular, we are asking more about the policies. I would say that, and this is where the complementarity between EPRM and OFI can be very significant, that we ask more about policies in order to ensure that poverty is addressed to accelerate the implementation of broad-based sustainable economic development. So you can see here that under one of the governance, one of our indicators, leading questions, we are asking countries about the policies adopted to reduce poverty and inequality. And then we have set of indicators, including the existence of national poverty reduction strategy, policies and programs adapted to support women who are tackling poverty challenges, also programs to enhance citizen access to land and property, and that's again related to the access to shelter, and also the existence of social security and protection. I'm very glad to say that in 2021, we supported the Republic of South Africa with the 2nd generation review. And this was in a very critical time in COVID-19. It was the first country alongside Sudan, which have been offered the EPRM governance assessment review. And I remember clearly when we encouraged the government in our review to apply the full health insurance system. I was also, by coincidence at that time, a student at University of Wits. And this was also one of the topics discussed in one of the curricula classes we have. So it's very interesting to see how the EPRM recommendations have been to some extent considered by the presidency, and also the application and adoption after that of the health insurance system in South Africa, and also social packages and social justice programs, which we have recommended as part of our review. On another note, and in addition to the governance assessment reviews, we also support the implementation of the African Union United Nations framework for the implementation of both agendas. So we provide capacity building for member states on the voluntary national reviews, As you know, we have so far 53 African countries reported at least once to the United Nations on the SDGs. And what we are trying to do is to also ensure that countries are reporting on Agenda 2063 and ensure that this alignment of reporting are taking place. And I think Sabine yesterday referred to our collaboration also through the National Development Planning Community of Practice. It's a continental platform where countries come together to share insights on how the national development plans are aligned with both frameworks, but mostly important, how are they implementing the continental programs and how they can improve reporting on different goals, including poverty. And we were glad to introduce OFI a tool to 10 countries last year, and we can see that some countries like Egypt, Nigeria, Rwanda, Kenya are very much interested in this kind of measurement. In addition to that, we also support countries to assess the enablers for Agenda 2063 and the overall ecosystem, the institutional mechanisms and implementation efforts on place to make sure that countries are having coordinated approach towards addressing the agenda, level of awareness of the parliamentarians, level of awareness of executives, how far they are developing homegrown solutions for sustainable development goals, and how this is also aligned with the African Union agenda. And from our work, we noted, Mr. Chair, that unfortunately the parliamentarians are much less aware of Agenda 2063 compared to Agenda 2030 in most African countries. Maybe it's not the case in South Africa, but there is a clearly lack of awareness among parliamentarians on both agendas, and mostly important, the strong role of the parliament to hold the government accountable as far as expenditure on SDGs is concerned. That's also very important. So it's important for the parliament to host this kind of initiatives, and we hope we can do more together in the future. But also speaking about poverty, poverty is relevant to leaving no one behind, which is a core principle of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we as EPRM see governance from a holistic approach. So we were glad that also supported by South Africa and the UN SEPA chair, Madame Geraldine Molokiti, we established a program with the United Nations to promote key principles for effective governance of SDGs, where poverty is highlighted as one of the strategies, or reducing poverty for leaving no one behind. Next week, we are hosting for the 5th year in consequence, the UN EPRM Continental Workshop on SEPA principles. And SEPA refers to the Committee of Experts of Public Administration at the United Nations, where we are also strengthening the understanding and awareness of African experts, and mainly experts in national planning and finance and civil society, also representatives on these key principles for effective governance of SDGs. Moving to my last point, it's the evaluation, the current evaluation of Agenda 2063, where we are now and how far we achieved. So within the first 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, we haven't achieved much to reduce poverty. And I think this is what Sabina echoed yesterday. Despite efforts to eradicate poverty, some countries have made steady progress, but also the overall implementation has been quite challenging given the specificities of African countries. When we asked member states, how do you see the agenda? They said it's very relevant, moderately coherent, but weak in efficiency due to lack of financial plans and predictability of finance, moderately effective and weak in sustainability. So it all speaks again to planning. And if you look at goal 1, I think, and goal 3, although it shows that some countries achieved progress to have economic prosperity, I think we need to dig deeper and enhance reporting on aspiration 1, and that's where also OFI tool can be very useful. We evaluate the agenda differently. So if OFI is having this multiple approach to assess the access to water, access to shelter, access to electricity, we address the issue separately, and it shows that we haven't achieved the targets that we aimed to achieve in 2013. And I think with that's why when we are moving now to the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. We are trying to call it the decade of acceleration. So we try to push countries to implement key economic prosperity programs in a more faster and systematic way. Also, in the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, which was adopted early this year by the heads of states in Addis Ababa, we are moving from the aspirations to moonshots. And actually, the moonshots speak to the same aspirations, but we are expecting higher achievements by the end of 2033. And of course, the first moonshot speaks to promoting the status of member states to move to middle-income countries, but also we developed catalytic interventions, and this is more advanced than the first 10 implementation plan. And you can see here that social protection measures are key to achieve moonshot 1 on economic prosperity in Africa, but also the role of industrialization to eradicate poverty, strengthening agro-product productivity and production to enhance the agriculture sector development in Africa are also key. If we see how we are also trying to track poverty reduction, you will see that we developed key indicators, and this is where we are trying to see to address reducing inequality aligned with reducing poverty by 20% and 15% relatively. And again, we have also here indicators related to access to housing, access to proportion of population living in slums, and also the national wage indicator. So I think we are also here trying to having a holistic approach to address how poverty is reduced, but I still believe that the OFI tool can be significant for our assessment. Moving forward, I think that the EPRM and OFI collaboration, as I said, is strategic. OFI provides evidence-based information on the status of poverty on the continental and national levels. It's also important for transparency and accountability of member states and governments before their citizens, and ensuring that leaving no one behind is promoted. What we are anticipating to implement next year, and even from this year, that we will try to count on the MPI tool in the EPRM reviews. So for instance, we are expected to support Sierra Leone shortly to produce the second generation review of good governance at national level. And we are also trying to introduce how OFI can play part of that review. And then we also do capacity building on MPI measurement in Africa in collaboration with AUDA and IPAD. As I mentioned, also through the National Development Planning Network, we also try to promote this multi-stakeholder dialogue on MPI as a tool for policy orientation, alongside the work we do on the voluntary national reviews and VLRs, the voluntary local reviews on SDGs. So, Mr. Chair, let me stop here. I thank you very much for listening. Sabona, merci beaucoup, shukran. Thanks.
By donkey, you set the record for it. That was 20 minutes. I tried to time it, so congratulations. I'm going to swap over now. We're going to take inputs from the audience. Ms. Semi, are you okay to? Sunny, I apologize. If you are able to chair the questions, and I want to thank everybody. I apologize. I would have loved to stay the whole day. We've got a session down that I've got to address at lunchtime. So we will swap over, and then starting with the back, that you were the first input maker. Let me hand over to you.
Thank you so much. I'll be brief because I'm going to attend the same meeting, and I'm also parked on the road, and it's costing me 19.50 Rand an hour, which coincidentally is 6 times the daily budget that we allocate for children in the National Schools Nutrition Program. So let that sink in, and there's discussions to cut that. I think what I just want to share today, as someone who's been working closely this year with the Food Justice Coalition, which includes organizations like Black Sash, the Treatment Action Campaign, my own organization, Healthy Living Alliance, which wants access to nutrition, is I think earlier, I promised my CEO I wouldn't speak, but I think I was overcome by frustration. This is good work, and it's all good and well, and we need metrics. But I want to challenge everyone here. What are we going to do with these metrics? We've had metrics. I haven't heard anything new. We know who the persons in South Africa are, the demographics suffering from poverty. We know we have a massive issue. And sometimes the frustration from civil society is that we're trying to count the grains in the pot, the grains of rice in the pot. And we know there's a lot, but are we going to cook it now? So just from HELA's perspective, when we're having this discussion and we have any index and we're not measuring nutrition, it's useless. So if we're not going to bring in a discussion about nutrition, this is dead from the start. So to give you an idea, over 200,000 people die each year because of non-communicable disease. The total deaths to date from COVID is 100,000. We shut the country down for that. Statistics South Africa called non-communicable disease a looming healthcare crisis. When we're talking about poverty, we cannot divorce the discussion from the catastrophic health implications of non-communicable diseases that's closely related to diet and nutrition. I'm not being dramatic by saying catastrophic health impact. That is a term that economists use to indicate that if a certain socioeconomic group is diagnosed with a disease like diabetes, that they are going to be insolvent effectively for the rest of their known lives because of the costs of managing that disease. So we're having this discussion, we're talking about the lack of talking about persons who are differently abled. We're not having this discussion about poverty with the two-way relationship with non-communicable disease and disability. We know, earlier we were talking about the first 1,000 years, and one of the things that everyone's been telling me when I share my frustration of these metrics is we need to measure things so we can take action. But we already have metrics. We've seen a study published earlier this year that says that a maternal support grant is going to save money for the economy. We know how taxation works. We know the WHO says it. We know the special rapporteurs say it. We know South African economists say it. We know international economists say it. And yet every year when it comes down to the budget time, HELA and our colleagues have to make the same argument over and over again. And the policymakers turn around and tell us, we just don't have enough evidence, which is quite frankly nonsense. And I want to use another word, but my mom would be very upset with me if I used that other word. So this is my challenge. We're sitting here. Let's think about, and it's fine, and it's important, and it's nice that we introduce a more nuanced conversation to this metric, but it's not enough. And honestly, if I leave now and I go and I take the rest of my money for the day and I give it to someone who needs food, I donate it to a local school, I would have done more for poverty reduction today than what we're doing in this room. So I just want to have that sanity check here to be like, that's great, take this somewhere meaningful.
Thanks very much for the question. My name is Honorable Salim Gofu. I'm the Select Chairperson on Finance of NCOP. I'm coming from Limpopo Province, a permanent delegate. So I'm going to be the driver today for this coming few hours until Dr. Bali tells us that he's now want to leave. And good day, yes. Good day, everyone. I hope that was I'm not sure if there's any other question. Oh, NYDA. Okay, and okay, let me note. Okay, can you please raise your hands? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that order. Ne? Did you see yourself? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that order. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think let me appreciate the two presentations and also maybe the presentation from Dr. Pali. But my reflection would be on the UN presentation, which had also great insights that tie in with the bigger problem that as presented, by Dr. Pali as what happens now? What do we do? So maybe from a rights commission and also rights and responsibility aspect for people, what is your view around service? People in communities actively participating in service to change their own discourse. I'm asking this question because as much as there is, a challenge, a big challenge around planning, which then will have, maybe at some point we'll have a separate discussion around the role of monitoring and evaluation in the country and how that is structured in terms of how we plan in terms of the work that we do as government. But there is also a responsibility that we do not explore enough towards people themselves, serving their communities and changing the discourse that they face, be it providing the meals, participating in soup kitchens, and being actively involved in terms of changing their own lives. Now, as the NYDA, we've had an opportunity as part of the PYEI to test that through 40,000, over 40,000 to 70,000 young people that volunteered over the past 3 years. 11,000 of those young people transitioned into meaningful opportunities. Now, we explored this without them being part of structured training. Now, going into the third phase of the program, we actually see that if we bring in a skill, these young people can actually go far. We can actually maybe double that 11,000. This just happened by giving the young people an opportunity to serve in their own community, seeing their communities being transformed. As much as we would want to give people dignified work opportunities, the EPWP model, not, contested as a model that is not giving people a dignified opportunity, but it includes service. There is an element of service. Maybe the question we should be asking is, how do we assist this model, the EPWP model, to have an element of giving these people that are participating in such a program an opportunity to transition into meaningful opportunities, which we've explored as the NYDA. Now, from a rights and a UN perspective, I'm asking your view on people and youth actively participating, being active citizens and participating in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Dr. Van der Berg, and also I think a question for this forum. The question for you is, Dr. Pali said something really interesting earlier. We need to characterize the nature of the challenge. And I just want to ask you, looking at social protection in South Africa, often the discourse, social grants are put against public employment programs, and public employment programs are put against each other for funding. So I just wanted to kind of like ask for your views on how the social protection system currently works. I also wanted to raise that keeping a focus on food scarcity is really important. Like research at Youth Capital shows that 8 in 10 young people have to choose between looking for work and buying food. And this is a insight from last year, which we'll have to review. So food scarcity has an impact on economic productivity. And I think the common for this forum is the MTBPS is in 12 days. When are we going to bring this, like our fiscal ideology, or the way we currently, we hear everywhere, as you said earlier, that we're running out of money. So where does that come into the picture? Otherwise, it feels like we are talking about the problem at great length without focusing on what we're going to do. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Mordecai Ndlovu. I'm the president of the Black Franchise Association. My question is going to go to Dr. Pali. Very much eloquent in terms of giving us a sad story of the South African journey that we are having in terms of statistics. And it hurts sometimes to see the statistics and what we see in reality. The unemployment rate continues to rise higher and higher every year, whereas, you know, something needs to be done. So when I looked at the MPI, this MPI, I realized that there's something that maybe perhaps as a country we are not doing right. Clearly, there's something that we're doing right, because unemployment cannot continue to grow year in, year out. So my question, Dr. Pali, would go back to what you were talking about when you talked about the characterization of the problem. Have we really, truly identified what is the true nature of the problem that government needs to face? Is there a misalignment in terms of understanding that will make sure that we bring about change? I think that there's a point with the MPI that it can perhaps give us the tools, those necessary tools. And my question really is on that point. Can we really truly take a point of using these tools into the integration of government, perhaps, or potentially? And also, one thing that I also realized from my latest speaker from NYDA, those young people, those 70 young people that are already making a huge difference. It's very clear that there needs to be something done in regards to integrating such tools to the work that young people are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if, sorry, I can't hear myself that well. Am I audible? Yeah. My name is Mahfouz. I am a researcher at Equal Education. Equal Education is a social movement of predominantly high school learners fighting for quality and equality in South Africa's public education system. And I think the learners who I guess are represented here today, although they'd be happy about the new skills I've gained learning about the MPI, but they might be a bit frustrated if we didn't use this opportunity to really stress the urgency of the difficulties that we're facing, and of the inequality, of the deprivation that faces high school learners. And so my thoughts and comments are a bit scattered to different people in the audience, as well as to you, Madam Chairperson. I think, as noted by the UN's presentation, but also Equal Education has made submissions, I think, to your committee as well, most recently, on the role of the budget in safeguarding children's rights. And South Africa has committed through the UN structures to ring-fence the children's budget, but that hasn't been legislated. It's not in the budget, and I think your committee has a role to play there in ensuring it does so. We know and we've heard how austerity undermines human rights, and in particular, the right to education. Now, recently, Minister Kwahobe announced, was presenting to the NCOP Committee on Education, some of the budgetary shortfalls that are facing different provinces. And just to keep the number of teachers, the teacher-learner education ratio in place until 2027, 2028, there's pressure on, we'll need an extra 76 billion rand for that. But that's not all the problem that's being faced over the next 3 years, and indeed from now, grade R is compulsory. And so we need more classrooms, we need more furniture, we need more teachers for grade R, and that will raise these budgetary pressures to something like 130 something billion rand over the next 3 years, according to our presentation. And then there's historic backlogs of infrastructure, of the learner educator ratios that are actually already too high. So if these are not funded, it's just gonna worsen. And of a range of different issues that have been underfunded due to persistent years of austerity. And so I'm going through the costing that was presented. I'm not 100% sure what's all included there, but the minister estimates that consolidated budgetary pressures across those services, including the pressures that I just mentioned, would all amount to 176 billion rand over the next 3 years. And Dr. Pali, I think what you highlighted places the urgency, your presentation places the urgency of committing these investments now. Because of the demographic dividend or waste that we face at this moment, if we don't spend this now, those numbers are only going to increase and increase and increase. And other costs are going to increase as well, because you'll have a populace without the skills, without the education to contribute to society and to the economy, and you'll have this generational curse that just continues. And so it's extremely important to make sure that the upcoming medium-term budget and budgets in the future move away from this austerity agenda ideology approach that's been forced down our throats, because one, it undermines human rights. Two, it's been proven and is proving itself not to have succeeded. And three, it's just going to be more expensive in the future if we don't invest now. And so I need to impress this on you particularly, Madam Chairperson, because you have a role to play in the recommendations and in analyzing the budget that comes through. And we need to make sure that when that budget goes through your committee, that you highlight and do a human rights assessment of the budget that comes through. Does it meet constitutional muster? Because that's what all law must do. And at the moment, it's not, because our services are failing our people. We know poverty is, and school children are in a desperate situation. Highlighted the problems of nutrition. The National School Nutrition Program, after certain deductions, I think it's about 3.70 rand per child for one meal per day. You can't even buy a sweet for 3.70 rand. So we need really to take human rights seriously, to take education seriously, and to commit proper resources into our economy and to address poverty in a proper way. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, I think what I'm going to say is supporting a lot of what previous questioners and people made comments have said, but it's also, I think, want to link it to the upcoming MTBPS and the oversight role that particularly the Finance and Appropriations Committees play. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Siraj Mohammed. I'm Deputy Director for Economics in the Parliamentary Budget Office. And I think where I'll start is, I think Pali gave us a really powerful vision and narrative of the economy and the lost opportunity. And we're seeing a very different narrative coming out of the executive, coming out of the National Treasury and the Minister of Finance, who, when we ask why aren't these issues being addressed, why aren't we investing in young people or in health or in these things, or why aren't we adequately investing, the issue of growth is brought up. And I think what Pali did very effectively was to say that growth is an outcome, and not it shouldn't, for my interpretation is, we're fixating on the growth and we're not looking at what causes that growth, what causes the pie to increase. And I think this notion of the demographic dividend, the fact that we couldn't reap that benefit and we're not reaping, we're not providing people with opportunity to enhance their potentials and to contribute to the economy and to that growth. And we're not seeing that as the outcome of the GDP growth and the size of the economy as an outcome of that, rather than saying we can't do these things because GDP is not growing is a problem. The narrative has it backwards, I think, from the executive. And so then we end up having a discussion about the fiscal policy framework that then becomes separate from an appropriations discussion. And we spend a lot of time, and our office spends a lot of time talking about the appropriations. Who gets the money, the division of revenue, and how the money is spent. Are they spending it effectively? Is government using it effectively? And I think the bottom line, though, is I think that's really important work. We have to actually hold the departments and the different parts of government accountable and make sure that they are spending effectively and without corruption or wasteful expenditure. But even if we got that perfect, given the fiscal policy framework and the approach, the austerity-minded approach, the fiscal consolidation that we've been imposing in the economy over the last decade or more, that is not going to be enough to address the problems. And that's not going to be enough to actually see sustainable, inclusive growth that draws on that demographic dividend. And I think that's the important case. And what we see coming out of the executive and particularly National Treasury is what they are calling evidence-based policies. And they're saying, well, the fiscal multiplier is very low. So if government spends more money, we're actually not going to see the outcomes. But what we're seeing is that there's also contrary evidence by different economists and the ADRS model, for instance, which is a dynamically integrated model of the economy that shows that if there is a fiscal stimulus, it's going to cause a significant increase in GDP growth. And so the argument becomes almost a difference between different economic methodologies and approaches, and different people saying, well, I've got the evidence and you have the evidence. But I think ultimately we can look at the reality and recognize that things like the fiscal multiplier have to be seen as a policy instrument that drives the growth and drives the improvement in a human rights and a rights-based approach to the economy, rather than as a backward-looking measure where different people with different methodologies argue about it. But the fact that if we can target our expenditure to the correct places, the correct people, deal with the urban-rural divide, deal with the gender and the other intersectional problems, but also give young people particularly the opportunities to draw on and build their potentials, we will see economic growth. And with that, debt to GDP will over time decline, I think, really a lot. So I think as we approach this MTBPS and as we talk about the fiscal policy framework, I think we need to engage with the visions and the narratives about what the problems of the economy and how this economy can grow and develop in an inclusive way. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Just a short
a link, because I was thinking, and perhaps I'm a bit slower in my thought, but it is precisely that which I thought, which is, so we're engaged around what indicators do we use, what data do we use in order to get evidence. But there is this whole issue around how is this evidence then interpreted, understood, and therefore determine how it ends into policy. And then the previous speaker, then we do get into the area around economic theories and economic, what I call economic ideologies, even though economists would say it's a neutral, free ideological space. Of course, we all know from philosophy that it isn't, that no such spaces exist. But it is then, and then that adds then into the whole political ideological spaces where political traditions come from. So it is an important area that I think we do need to say something about. If the interpretation of the data is actually going to lead into policy actions that will actually make a difference. And for one thing, I mean, I'm bringing it up and I'm sounding like perhaps a broken record, but access to sufficient and nutritious food forms a basis to all of this. Children can't study when they're hungry. People cannot work and be productive when they're hungry. But then you raise the question around the child support grant, which was mentioned earlier, and increase that to the food poverty line. And then we said, well, we don't have the evidence. Will it work? Won't it work? So I think that is also an area that we perhaps do need to explore a little bit, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Can we check all the presenters and making sure they respond to the questions? And I hope that others, it's a comment that yes, others are comments with the intention of making sure that all of us, we come with a solution on how do you deal with the issue that is on the table.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. So to respond to some of the questions, and thank you for the great questions, I just want to preface it by saying that from a human rights perspective, us being in the room for the 2 days is a really important exercise. We value what we measure and we measure what we value. Participation is a key human rights principle, as is accountability, and we are privileged enough to have this opportunity to support Parliament, which plays a key accountability role in terms of holding the executive to account for their policies. Just as important would be for us to have the opportunity to participate in those policies themselves. But since it's tabled here as laws, and Parliament's got this crucial function, so it's important what we're doing here. So to respond to the great questions, thank you. In terms of service and the value of service, one could argue that these young people are human rights defenders, serving their communities, also giving expression to Ubuntu and, African philosophy as well. And responsibilities are actually recognized in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. So we don't, in terms of the Banjul Charter, we don't just have rights, but we also have responsibilities to those around us, and that's fantastic. But absolutely, in terms of how to transform those opportunities into something sustainable, and how to build resilience for those youth, sacrificing their time for their communities is not such an easy question. It's important to remember that the state is the primary duty bearer, if not the only one. So ultimately, when it comes to providing the conditions necessary to enjoy these rights, the majority of the burden does lie on the primary duty bearer, namely government. The young people involved in these initiatives are the rights holders. So they should also be capacitated to claim their rights, while government is capacitated to discharge their obligations, which is part of what we're doing here now, is presenting a tool to Parliament that they might be able to use in fulfilling their essential function of holding the executive to account. So one has to always take a dual approach and help capacitate both the rights holders to claim their rights. What does this even mean at the international level? You know, are there mechanisms that can assist them in claiming those rights? All those things form part of the capacity building. And then also to ensure that they know that they have a right. Fortunately, in South Africa, it's not like this everywhere, to participate in the lawmaking process, to participate in the policy making process. And really, you can look at even neighboring countries, and that opportunity is not there. Then in terms of how the social protection system is working, and the fact that, you know, there's this leaning towards linking it, the social relief or distress grant or basic income support, with the expanded public works program, and that many people are looking for work instead of buying food. So yes, actually my office is busy working on that. So one of the 6 transitions, which are these accelerators for the Sustainable Development Goals, is jobs and social protection. And we are looking at developing a very short advocacy brief on a human rights-based approach to jobs and social protection in South Africa. And we want this law policy brief to really be of use to the United Nations itself, internally, to speak from the same voice, but also to policymakers, and very importantly, to National Treasury. We feel that if it's not going to be of use to National Treasury, then we've lost an important, uptake there. So it will be very thoroughly a rights-based approach, looking at the pros and cons of different financing options for basic income support in South Africa, but linked to decent work and everything that we understand that right to entail. And the South African Constitutional Court has also recognized that work is central to dignity, even if we don't have the right to work in our constitution per se. And then, of course, Mr. Mervyn Abraham sitting in front of me here, and the Peter Maritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group has just concluded a cash transfer pilot program, which is fantastic and shows that the vast majority of the recipients of, I think, 2,000 Rand were able to either find work or create opportunities for themselves. So I read about this with great excitement. I think it was last week in Groundup. And this is data that needs to be explored and popularized with the decision makers, because it shows, where's the evidence? Here's the evidence. We had a pilot basic income grant project in Namibia. There's the evidence. We have the Bolsa Familia program in Brazil. Brazil is no longer the most unequal country in the world. We are. There's the evidence. So to just get this evidence to the correct people who have the power to make decisions and use that evidence is a privilege. So that's great. And then equal education, thank you so much. Absolutely, the budget sets out the government's priorities, including the human rights priorities. And a large part of my office's work with promoting this human rights economy and trying to operationalize it here specifically as a global first is to advocate for ring fencing of resources for social spending, and to create that fiscal space, and for rights like education and health to also look at international standards in terms of what should be ring fenced to start with. And it would be fantastic if we can see that materialize, and in real terms have this progressive realization, or even though the right to education is immediately realizable, but of economic, social, and cultural rights. And to be realistic as well, in terms of the tight fiscal space that South Africa is operating in, and to respond, because it's such difficult questions, to respond to capacity needs from government, whether it be parliament or the executive, in terms of our different skill sets, to ensure that they have, parliamentarians have what they need and the executive have what they need, to create this fiscal space for social spending on the realization of crucial fundamental rights.
Thank you very much, MP. I certainly have to appreciate this moment. And I think probably the I would like to say the key difference, but an important difference, which one understands the exasperation that the speaker from the back who left feels, is driven by the same exasperation that we have. But I think there is a key difference that we may actually look at. And drawing from experiences elsewhere, we found that things do happen and change occurs. And in South Africa, similar situations actually are there. And I think from OFI, and particularly Costa Rica, the deployment of multidimensional poverty created conditions for cooperative governance. And it provided tools for what you could use as district development model and so on. And the cabinet no longer fights over budgets because the priorities are set, progress is measured, and suddenly the arguments are no longer about fiscal constraints, but how do we impact on society? And that, I think, is a key issue. But when we bring about multidimensional poverty and bring the forward-looking aspect of it, then we can deal with the what-if scenario and see what the impact will be. I think as this discussion here is talking about tools of foresight that bring about not only what we think the GDP growth will be, what the debt to GDP ratio will be, and what the rate of inflation will be. We are bringing all those together and say, let's sit down. We have the tools of foresight, give you the possibility of walking the journey without entering the journey. It removes the physical thinking because the physical thinking is about thinking when you are there. Whereas thinking ahead, you have the whole time to play with the what-if scenario. And the best scenario is the one then that you will chase. It brings the reason why we should have scenario building. You know, we had the Montflair scenarios. The Montflair scenarios in 1993 that led to the settlement were, will the transition occur? Will it occur fast enough? Will the policies not be populist? We ticked all those three boxes. And the Montflair scenario said democracy will be inclusive and economy will be inclusive. Well, if inclusive democracy means ticking the box, that we got. But inclusive economy growth, none. So by 1999, we are in that kind of space where we had to say, what has happened to inclusive growth? Because all the boxes of what was seen to be populist, which meant austerity, we ticked all those boxes. But inclusive growth was not there. Then we introduced memories of the future. The memories of the future scenario set in motion three options. And there's no doubt that in that period of 2002 to 2008, we saw something dramatically change. Many argue that it was because we built stadia and the like. But yes, we built stadia, but South Africa Development Challenge is 1,000 stadia. Let's go and build stadia. And then we saw growth inch into 6%, debt to GDP ratio dropping to about 25%. Not, I mean, we still have to have used that money rather than to say now we have debt to GDP ratio of 25%. And we saw gross fixed capital formation at 24% of GDP every year. And then access to finance, to lending was 15%. I can talk about a number of indicators. unemployment dropped. Certainly it was heading the right direction in terms of drop from 30% to 24%, still high, but dropping nonetheless. Now we are here, we are almost feeling like we are between 1994 and 1999. The question is, why don't we take the 2002 actions, put them now today, and see what they will deliver to us? And what was unique about that period, and the complaint by the then president at the end of that period, was the private sector was on strike. That process was government-led. It wasn't using the tax money, it was using all forms of financing to lead that process. So the idea of tax money to be the main thing to develop is not right. Because tax money is just 3 trillion rands, or they say there'll be 3 trillion rand. It's small. We need trillions. The JSE is 18 trillion, it's number 18 in the world. It's the number 18. In the top 18, it's number 18 there. And every other JSE that is found in that range, country that in that range, they don't have the high unemployment we have. They don't have the high inequality we have. So why are we having this anomaly? Is the question we have to ask. It's because we don't use the resources that we have. We would rather go and borrow from somebody else in order to try and resolve the resources that we have. Yet, we have 3 trillion in pensions. Private sector has about other trillions. So 7 trillion, and it's sitting there. Instead, it is borrowed by others. Others come and they are appointed as asset financiers or asset managers. Then we have to go and borrow from there or borrow from somewhere else instead of directly accessing these resources. Worlds that developed used their pension funds to develop themselves. We don't want to use our pensions because we say the pensions will disappear. Now, you are governing and you say you don't want to use those pensions because you think they will disappear. So you are endorsing that there must be theft. That's what you are endorsing. Instead of saying, no, we'll cut your hands if you steal. So those who lend us money know that we will steal. And because they know we'll steal, then we have to borrow at high interest rates. We lose both ways. If we don't answer the question of leadership, we are not going to go very far. So these instruments of power, these new instruments of power, enable us to make these things more transparent. I mean, multidimensional poverty, projecting it forward using these instruments that ADRS has provided, can tell us what path is the best. In the Indula-Mete scenarios, we modeled and we stated in those Indula-Mete scenarios the policy options. There is a policy option that will land you in trouble, the situation as it is, the situation as it changes, and those policies are different. And the combination of those policies are different. Now, the question is, why is it difficult to engage with those instruments in a forum like this one and say, let us discuss what policy options are here and what those policies are? The problem is this, that the policies that show us that we can actually succeed argue that the Treasury and the Reserve Bank cannot be observers or play a regulatory role in a developmental state. They actually have to be active interventionists in that space. And when you anchor those, then you will see that it changes everything. So it is a failure to borrow from our own resources, directly from those resources, that is undermining possibilities of a different future. And it is incumbent on this House to say, let us bring all those models, let us see what constitutes its model, rather than defending what we see is actually taking us down the drain. And this multidimensional poverty now as a forward-looking tool will be an important thing because it will tell us where we will land. If we factor our current policy scenarios into the multidimensional poverty, it will tell us that the multidimensional poverty will increase. Then the question will be, is this what we are bargaining for? So this evidence-based policy that we are told of, that cannot embrace inequality, poverty, and unemployment as a forward measure, as an outcome, is not going to help us. IMF, what it does on these things is it models the economic side of things. The social policies are held as a side event using case studies instead of embedding it into a model. The design of that is not intended for dealing with social outcomes. So we are using instruments of the IMF that do not look at social outcomes as the basis for our economic policies. So, which are basically input measures instead of impact measures. So fundamentally, we have a flawed situation. So calling this here and having these new instruments of power can certainly unlock. Now, looking at the question that Mdugai asks, around what do we do? I think this is a good start that the Parliamentary Budget Office has asked for this discussion. It's an important start. And it is also an important start in that perhaps Parliament will use these instruments as instruments of oversight so that we can ask, model poverty, let's hear Treasury, how you model poverty, let's see the outcome. They will go and hide because they don't have those instruments. And that is the core difference of their modeling capability. Now, on the case that Mensiki is raising about what we are experimenting with, and you are seeing that it seems that this shows some, it's good as an experiment. We now need a path to say, how do we replicate? How do we scale? Because if it is a good thing, then let's see what is the path for scaling. But the path for scaling also says, let's use instruments of power and see how that path can be determined. When it comes to the question of multidimensional poverty and bringing society into a sane path, I mean, in mining communities, it's strife. People are fighting there. It's everything that is ugly. But through multidimensional poverty, there is a possibility of sitting down together, discussing, then forward looking at how do we play our role? How do municipalities play their role? And how do we plan together? The one plan issue, the one plan challenge is the absence of the tools, and multidimensional poverty brings that one plan and makes it possible to do it. And lastly now, oh yes, yesterday I was at Gibbs. Honorable member, invite Nedbank. Because Nedbank's opening charge was, we are giving Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman went and talked to Margaret Thatcher and Reagan. At that point, culture, geography, and everything was removed from economics. And Nedbank says, the game was rigged. We as Nedbank, we want to play the role of banking. And the role of banking is to make resources available for the core of society. That's what Nedbank is saying now. And it's leading the way. If we did that, then this behavior of the Treasury and the Reserve Bank, led by a private bank, is the right charge. And the moment is now. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks very much. You see, Dr. Pali, I think you'll agree with me when I say, people used to say, if you don't want people to hear the important information in any gathering, you put it as the last item, because you know most of them they will leave. And in this case, I'll tell Dr. Janji to say, you brought this matter or this item on Thursday, Friday, knowing that the policymakers will not be here and listen. So, and all the participants, they are looking at me, the policymakers. Though I understand they will say, when you teach a woman, you teach the nation. But we need all of us to make sure that whatever that Dr. Bali is saying to this house, all of us, when we go to Parliament, we know what you're talking about. And when you also in your presentation, Doctor, you said you had to take some of the directors overseas where they had to listen or get information on how best can they assist the country. When they came back, the policymaker says no. So you start to realize that it is important sometimes take this kind of, especially on finances, bring it on Tuesdays, isn't it? The Mondays is a constituency. Bring it on Monday, Tuesdays. They will not have any excuses of saying, I want to go, I'm missing the flight and whatever. So that is one of the things that I want to request, because all the presenters here, whatever they have presented is very much important to our nation. We are bleeding. South Africa is bleeding. We need education. We need support of people like yourselves. We need all the information of these presenters. It's very much key. I'm listening. I just tell myself, many people are missing the important information. And at the end of the day, how are we going to make sure that we advance whatever, or we advocate the presentation of all the matters that we are raising in these meetings? So it's one of the things that we have to take it very seriously. And I'll also do the same in my capacity as a chairperson of finance, to say, if possible, we can still have another session of this kind. Can we allow you to also explain other things?
Okay, no, thank you so much. I won't take a lot of time. I see the time has already been pushing. I think a lot has been said, Chairperson. I just wanted, before you bring the stakeholders to comment as well, just to clarify, definitely there will be, this is a preliminary engagement. There'll be more of this kind of discussions in this level. But also, you remember that our keynote address yesterday, Honorable House Chairperson, he did say that he's expected a report from this meeting to be tabled at the Parliamentary Budget Office board level, but also ultimately been tabled at the house, at houses as well. So that's a very good instruction we got. I think I'm not gonna touch or reduce or add in everything, but a lot. As I said yesterday, this is what we wanted to happen, to have these conversations. But I wanted also to emphasize that, my role and Corinne's role is try to also make sure that we bring this together in a format that it helps us to set out how we see the oversight model being improved in trying to better to have a better budget allocations. Because at the end of the day, Parliament allocates budgets, and we are saying over the years we've seen a lot of improvements, but we are not getting where we want to be. So we're saying, is multidimensional poverty index model a useful tool that we could also put as part of the oversight tools to try and see we can make better improvements. So the inputs, these we're getting, I know one of the colleagues left now. She was very, touched, if I use it, but rightfully so understand. But I'm saying we want to get these inputs, but develop this report to say, as a budget office, in line with what we do, which our work a lot is about advising members of parliament the likely impact of the budget in addressing these issues. So we feel the multidimensional poverty index tool is a very useful toolkit that can also enable us to have oversight, and particularly when you listen that is forward looking as well. So please bring those input, but within this context that we want to get them and mold them in this report that we're building. As we promise you, we'll do a report and we'll share with you within this framework that I'm putting it out there. Without any deducing anything, I wanted to really clarify that, that we would like to get the input within that context. This is a model you think can be useful as part of oversight, and what are some of the things that you feel could be also be useful to add as part of that? Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Doctor. I just want to also check the inputs from. I want to check, do you still have the children's institution? Yes. No, we're going to go for lunch after the inputs, so that we know that we're not coming back. Yes. Can we check the Children's Institute, Black Women Caucus, Cooperative and Policy Alternative Center? Who's representing Comrade Tony, because he was here yesterday? Kosatu? Oh, okay. All right. Let me check, then you'll come in. There's a business unity South Africa. Not there. Yeah. University and other knowledge institution, Southern Center for Inequality Studies. Not here. Zenat Mohammed Western Cape Government. Not here. Mohomotsi Kanzi Northwest Government. Not here. Gauteng Head of Department Copter. If they say if it could be invited, no, it's not here. So we only have COSATU. Can we give COSATU? Yes. You see, now you'll believe me, Doctor, of what I said earlier.
Are you saying COSATU represent everybody?
Yeah, it's a working class. You'll know that.
Okay, this is a new mic, Chair. I'm not used to this mic. I'm used to the old one, which.
No, we are in transformation. Yes, you just start to introduce yourself.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks for allowing us to come and share a few thoughts. My name is Matthew Parks from COSATU. I think we don't disagree with any of the inputs that colleagues have made, and we apologize we came a bit late. It was a struggle to get flights to Cape Town today. I think there's a race that Dumasani and others might be running on the weekend. So it's flights are full. But I think, Chair, for us, maybe there's two sets of thoughts from our side. One is, what are the immediate tasks? And, we can tinker with the budget, we can cut the budget, we can increase social grants, we can do all of those things. Some are right, some are wrong. But we're not going to resolve all of these challenges if we continue with the 1% GDP growth rate. If we continue to have a 42.7% and growing unemployment rate, if we have a 60 or 70% youth unemployment rate, depending which stats you take, then we're just playing games. And, government can cut the budget to its heart's delight. It won't resolve the issues. Just like we can also spend to our heart's delight, it won't resolve the issues. So unless we grow the economy, unless we have people in jobs, we're going to continue down this path. And it's a ticking time bomb. And the one presenter, Dr. Chanel, raised the issue of the SOD grant. We had reintroduced that in 2021 because of the violence in KZN and Gauteng. Because you can see we're in a sea of poverty, of despair, of hopelessness. And it can take a very small thing to explode. You saw in Tunisia, for example, in 10 years ago, whatever it was, a police officer harassed a fruit hawker. What people thought was a middle income, prosperous society imploded overnight. And I think we're sitting that time bomb. So I think for us, Chair, the first phase of things is about fixing the basics, making sure ESCOM is working, because that affects all workplaces. We've seen good progress there, we must reinforce. But it's not out of the woods yet. If you saw the reports this past week about municipal debt owed to ESCOM, you know, we're treading water. We've got to fundamentally resolve these issues, but at least the lights are on, and that's progress. We've seen a stabilization of Transnet. You know, November to February last year, it was scary, the free fall in Transnet. And even besides that, yes, it's stabilized now, but Transnet today transports less goods than it did 30 years ago, yet the economy has doubled in size, essentially. And Transnet is so critical, and we'll see in 2 weeks' time the MTBBS, like we saw last year in the MTBBS, if Transnet is not working, the mining sector bleeds. And we're seeing retrenchment in the mining sector, but also in the budget, we'll see like last year, 55 billion rand shortfall, whatever it might be. The ports have got to work. We have seen progress, but we've got to do more. At least a metro rail, Chair, which is key to transporting 10 million commuters, so workplace productivity in our cities can improve. We've seen progress, not out of the woods yet. There's still significant challenges, but that becomes important, Chair. You know, in Cape Town, the metro rail lines, you would find workers would take 2 hours on the train to get to work. So it has an impact upon them. And then they go and take taxis or buses, which is much more expensive, etc. And I think you can see progress there. I think what you don't see progress, Chair, is on municipalities. And I think you've all seen the AG stats. If you want to be depressed and drink, then you just read the state of local government. It's beyond scary. I don't know what the solution is, but one doesn't seem to see from COGTA or SALGA a real turnaround plan. We see the PowerPoints, we see the district development model, but what you see in municipalities is beyond scary. You know, we've been tracking the number of municipalities, Chair, which don't pay workers on time, and it ranges between 20 and 36. And it's tended to be in about 4 central provinces: Free State, Northwest, Northern Cape, Eastern Cape. It's increased to about 3 dozen in 6 provinces. And now when we saw the nice thing about the two-part pension reform is that workers are now checking is their pension money being paid. So we're now even seeing municipalities in the Western Cape, like Saldanha Bay, not paying workers' pension funds. So we are seeing the implosion of local government. I think we do need to have a discussion. So I stole my uncle's chair. About what is the right local government model, the right funding model. Like, for example, the issue of ESCOM, you can't have a scenario where municipalities take the money for electricity from businesses, from households, and then keep it for themselves. And what we were told today by our colleagues from local governments that they're doing the same thing with the pension funds. They say, well, our mandate is to provide basic services, so sorry about your pension fund, good luck. So it's a crisis. I think if we get those basics right, Chair, we can fix it. And you can see in ESCOM, you can rebuild an SOE, a very impressive turnaround time. You can see in the South African Revenue Service, you can rebuild the state. If you appoint competent persons, you remove corrupt criminals, fill vacancies, etc. But on the last thing on the vacancies, Chair, is that Togo and I have been looking at some stats about the declining ratio of police officers, health workers, teachers to society. And we're not going to grow the economy if we don't provide the public service that the society depends upon. So you have Home Affairs with a 60% vacancy rate, yet we wonder why there's long queues of workers queuing for IDs. And that has a disruption to the economy, to workers who lose a day's wages, etc. I think those are the kind of immediate things, and of course, reinforcing law enforcement, NPA, SAPs, etc. The longer term, we need to have a broader discussion about social security. Government does do well, I think, with all of its limitations, to give a social relief to 27 million South Africans. The SOD grant, with all of its imperfections, it lays the foundation for the BIG, I think, as colleagues were saying. I think those are the longer transformation issues, the national health insurance, etc. What is a more fair wage regime? Parliament passed, the President signed the Companies Amendment Act this year, which requires private companies to disclose the wage gap in the listed companies. Try to name and shame, a bit of a cultural shift, because government on its own can't fix everything. So I think, yeah, we need to get the basics right, Chair, and then we can get things moving, and then we need to have a discussion with the longer term transformation. But if we don't get the basics right, all the achievements we've won since 1994 under the ANC-led governments are being lost. But again, those are not enough to resolve the fundamental questions that the doctor raised about us being the most unequal society in the world. But I think lastly, Chair, it's a Friday afternoon, so I don't want to depress everybody too much. There is pockets of turnaround. ESCOM and SARS, that shows you we can fix South Africa. We have a president, we have a leadership of government, which you don't need to worry about them misbehaving like we used to. But again, we mustn't be complacent because the ticking time bombs are many and they're really dangerous and they're serious. And I think at times all of us collectively are far too complacent given the crisis we face. But that's a very long-winded comment, Chair. I'm sure I wish to look much shorter, but thanks very much, Chair.
But I'm sorry about that, but if you allow me just to make one or two comments on what, before I step up.
What Matthew was saying?
Yes. There are two issues that one wants to raise. And I had the privilege of meeting Banerjee in Dehradun. Banerjee is a specialist in poverty measures, and from Kabul, I went to Dehradun in India, and we had an evening together. And I watched him recently. And I think this is the central message. All countries on earth experience an equal inequality, except some countries in Latin America, namely Mexico, Brazil, and another few countries. The inequality has not increased, but it was primarily because of the social policies they implemented and the birth of multidimensional poverty where it was exercised, as in Mexico. And one of the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative was from Mexico. And Lula's government introduced all these other measures that we are talking about. It is possible. And that's why multidimensional poverty instruments are very important. The second issue that I have to really say is that private sector came to government in 2020 with a bunch of things and a bunch of targets. The targets were growth of 6%, unemployment dropping to 15%, inequality coming to, and government ignored them. Now government is bringing private sector to come and focus on projects. You know what, when you do that, you skip the strategic to the projects, you are fueling super corruption. Because those who have been selected into that club are going to do whatever they need to do with the infrastructure and the things that Mark is talking about, Mr. Parks is talking about, are important, but they are being done under a crisis, and then we come to projects, and we've forgotten about targets. The first thing is first principles. Look at the targets, lock the targets in, call those who come, hold them to account on the targets that we have agreed to as the government and the state. The problem that is having us here is that there is no path to those targets. And what we presented this morning, we showed the path. Now, avoiding that path means then we have gone to the projects, and then corruption starts and accountability is lost. I think this discussion, we are prepared to come back to have at a full house. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Doctor. And We are going to allow universities and other knowledge institutions. That is Southern Center. Thank you, Dr.
Can I pick it up?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Thokozile Madonka. I'm with the Southern Center for Inequality Studies based at Wits University. I'm in the Public Economy Project. I think quite a bit of what I think the discussion has been incredibly rich. But I think the elephant in the room has been alluded to, but we need to put it into the room, is our fiscal policy and monetary policy. And we have fantastic indicators of how bad things are, but we don't have fantastic solutions through our fiscal and monetary policy. The current fiscal and monetary choices being made are not going to deliver on addressing what the Multidimensional Poverty Index is telling us. It's just not designed to address need. It's designed to address a very narrow need, and it's not a rights-based framework, as a colleague is saying, that we need to fix our fiscal policy. So the research we've been doing, just to kind of focus in on understanding kind of how the fiscal framework is defined. And of course, the minister is going to be presenting next week. So we have the medium-term budget policy in mind. And we know that, you know, that's highlighting how they're going to spend, the tax, the borrowing plans. And that's really where we need to hone in and see what is the political dimensions and dynamics of the policy being presented. And at the moment, we have some indication of what is coming next week from the National Treasury's medium-term expenditure guidelines. So they tell, as you know, they tell the departments what they should be preparing for. And so what we know from the medium-term budget policy statement last year and the guidelines is that the strategy for 2024 remains in place, which we critiqued and said that this is a strategy of cuts. It is not a strategy of expansion, and it's definitely not a strategy of delivering on needs. And so, as our colleague from Equal Education pointed out, the cuts have become a hot issue in the news. You can't ignore them. They're there. This was predicted pretty much back in 2012. So this is a policy decision that has been taken since at least 2012, if not before. Some would argue before. But when they introduced the budget ceiling in 2012, 2013, we have not seen what we were promised, which was increased growth, increased employment. In fact, we've seen the opposite: stagnation, low growth. And so this policy since 2013 should not be pursued any further. And yet we're being told we're remaining on this path. And so the questions that I think as Parliament in relation to its powers of oversight of the executive should be asking very hard questions of, because Treasury does the tabling, but of course we know that it's the executive, but Treasury is the one that kind of is the face of the policy. We should be asking, tell us what exactly the impacts are of this policy that you're presenting. Have you done an impact assessment? Because it's available. They can do it. They can run the numbers. They can ask Stats SA. They should be delivering a very clear statement to us. It can be a human rights-based impact statement, that this is the implication of the policy that we are tabling, given the history of this policy that we've been tabling since 2012, 2013. So it's time for us to say, verify and justify, and not give us these platitudes, but actually give us the data. Because we know we have academics, and you can name me, who come and say, actually, the numbers you're presenting is not going to bring about growth.
is not going to bring about employment and is not going to address inequality or the multidimensional aspects of food, for example. So the other big question that we have to ask, if we're not going to take on that big elephant of saying, let's not touch the fiscal policy, let's leave it as it is, and monetary policy as it is, the next question we then have to ask is, what does it mean for questions around addressing multidimensional poverty in the context of austerity, which is what we are being introduced. Fiscal consolidation, just another word for austerity, which is just another way of talking about budget cuts. And so Treasury has told the departments, for example, and I quote, that the compensation ceilings of provincial departments, while the 2025 budget process will maintain the compensation ceilings of provincial departments within the ceiling limits, implying a trade-off between the unit cost of labor, so the salary amount, and the total size of the staff establishment in each department. We are being told by Treasury that departments must either make their staff cheaper or they need to cut their staff. What does that mean for delivery? Those are the questions we now need to ask. What are the implications of tabling a budget that requires the health department to make that trade-off? How does the health department make doctors cheaper or nurses cheaper? Or does it choose to cut the overall? How do they decide? Who do they cut? On what basis? When it comes to children's needs and those that are interested in child at sort of the children's rights perspective, you cannot easily cut one thing out of a child's basket of nurturing care. You can't say that food, the nutrition program, is more important than infrastructure, because a child needs to learn in a decent school. You can't trade them up. It has an impact because education is an immediate right. It's not a progressive right. You can't say we'll progressively realize that child's right to a decent school facility. Doesn't happen that way. That child is 7 for 1 year and has developmental needs for that year. And so we need to deliver to those needs in that year. So we have a very real question around this fiscal policy about these trade-offs that are being made. And what is the budget following policy, or is policy following the budget? So we have to be asking questions about what are the implications for tackling multidimensional poverty in a context of austerity. And we're not having those questions. We're just being presented austerity and told the same story that somehow growth is going to happen, but also told that delivery may be impacted. So Treasury does say delivery might be impacted, but doesn't say how, doesn't say to who, to what end, what does it mean for the poor, disabled Black woman in a rural area? So these are the questions we need to ask of the fiscal framework when it gets presented next week. And particularly because that is what gets passed in February 1st. So that determines and sets the tone for the rest of the allocations in terms of appropriations, division of revenue and appropriations. And so we need to be able to say, if we're not going to question the big picture, what does the implications of a fiscal consolidation strategy mean for delivering on a rights-based system like ours in South Africa? So those are the main points that I have more, but those are the main points that I want to raise for now. And just say that there's a lot of literature that's showing that fiscal consolidation doesn't bring about growth and doesn't bring about employment. And that in fact, we need, as a middle income country like South Africa, a stimulus program that looks at broad-based stimulus of education, health, and particularly in light of climate change, looking at public transport, looking at green jobs in the public sector, like health, like education, like child-centered policies. Those are all employment heavy and low carbon and would help to stimulate the economy. And of course, there are questions around the introduction of a universal basic income grant particularly for 18 to 59, in a context of structural unemployment. And there is evidence that that makes a huge difference in people's ability to engage in the economy, because essentially we are the economy. And so, we want to be able to see that. So I think in terms of the research, I can share our work. We've done work on the spending choices that shows that public services are not being protected, and they will have a negative impact on socioeconomic outcomes and multidimensional poverty if we continue on this path.
Yeah, thanks very much. I don't think there will be questions. I don't think there will be questions. Michelle, I'm going to suppress you. You can ask me, why am I suppressing everybody? Because I want us to do a homework. I want us, all of us here, doing a homework. Dr. Marvin, you'll understand that we are in a very difficult situation as a country. So sitting here and maybe try to ask questions to one another, it will not help. Michelle and people, you will be able to guide us further, because we have agreed that we need to come back. There's a need for us to come back, and I hope even Comrade Matthew will understand that there's a need for this session, for us to have this kind of a session again, because it's very much important if indeed you want to build this country. If indeed you want to build this country, if there is another questions that maybe we want to ask, we want you to draft the questions to send to the PBO so that it could be sent to Parliament. Let Parliament answer those questions. Send those questions, they will be sent to the portfolios of finances, appropriations, the relevant portfolios. Then let the Parliament answer those questions, because sitting here, they are not policymakers. And we need to have policymakers answering those questions and tell the country what is it that we need to do as early as now, because the elections were around May. So we're still early. So it is your responsibility as stakeholders to hold us accountable, to hold the executive accountable, to assist us. So as I was saying, to say sometimes having this kind of sessions on Fridays, it will not assist you as stakeholders. You will enjoy it to say, I did a presentation and I'm done. Maybe for you to do a presentation, you're going to get paid, but does that assist the country? That's not. That's a fact. So let's make sure that the NYDAs and the questionnaires and the Parliament must discuss those questionnaires. As we come here, then we'll be able to say, we have written these questions, we have sent it to the people. Yes, we heard that there was a member so-and-so raised it in Parliament. What was the response from the ministers? So you'll see that all of us will know and will now to understand that if there's this kind of a session, the responsible select committee members must avail themselves to participate in this kind of sessions and be educated on what is it that need to be done. So I think with those few words, I'm going to request make a summary, the people to make a summary. Then all of us will know that as long as we take the contacts, the emails, address, and all everything we exchange, Mara, you are not going to send enough messages to anybody.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, there's nothing wrong. Okay, no, that is on the letter note. What I'm trying to say is let's exchange contacts, and we must share this, whatever that we have discussed here, and it's very much important. The networking is very key in our society. I wish we can have this session by Tuesday next week, man, whereby everybody's back, because everybody say we go to oversight, we went to oversight. I was checking with my my friend here, or who's on the virtual currently. You won't believe how many are there? Maybe that's 18. Still 8. They're still 18. on the visual, 18 people. So you can see that we are talking to ourselves. You see, so I think, Michelle? Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for all of the discussions. I certainly learned a lot, and I hope that they were also helpful for the others in this room. I tried to take notes throughout the 2 days, and I have sort of 6 overarching themes that I've heard from the discussion that I just wanted to share. Also, because as we were saying, this will feed into a report that then I believe will be tabled to policymakers. So the idea was to then open it for discussion. I'm not sure if we still have time or no. Okay. You can share your feedback by email, and then we'll incorporate that into the report. So the themes that I noted were, one, that South Africa has made national and international commitments to reducing poverty in all its forms and dimensions, and that so the MPI can be a helpful complement to existing monetary poverty and other measures. But we need further discussion, ideally with a larger group of policymakers, to think about how to institutionalize that to make sure that it informs policy. Two, some of these were more from yesterday. Two, that the SAMPI, the South Africa MPI, as it currently exists, provides useful information, but might need to be revised to align with the current context priorities, especially nutrition and food security, but also disaggregations by district, maybe looking at disability status of people in the household, etc. And so then to include the relevant questions for those in the survey so that it can be more frequently updated in the future. And so for Stats SA to think about considering a process for that. 3, that to make a difference in poverty reduction, it's important to make the link between statistics and how they are translated into policy, and to think about how we move quickly from measurement to policy action. And so we need to sort of understand the gaps to that process and think about how we can address them, maybe providing more information about how the MPI, for instance, can show impact for different programs, governmental, private sector, etc., or other means of thinking about simplifying that translation process. 4, we also need to think creatively about how to engage different stakeholders towards our common goal of poverty reduction, meaning CSOs, private sector, academia, etc. And so continuing to bring representatives from different groups together for these discussions, and think about the different roles, both in terms of the data, but also in terms of the policy actions. Another overarching theme I heard was that funding is a constraint across all dimensions, across statistics, nutrition, education, basic services, etc. And so thinking about how this can be addressed. Is there a role for MPI or some other tool? And sort of related to that, thinking about how Parliament might be able to use the MPI as part of its oversight model and what that could look like. So those were what I picked up on, but we'll share the emails. I think you've already received the emails from everyone inviting you to this. And so if there's anything else that you would like us to really focus on in the report, please do share that, and we'll work to include it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think was caught offside. Thank you so much. I think we had 3 objectives for this meeting. One was to enable the contribution to the national dialogue about some of the key challenges facing our country, to allow in-depth dive in some of these issues, particularly the thinking I was in line with the poverty needs multidimensional facets. And I think that came out quite a lot. The second point, Chair, was around, using these discussions as part of contributing to, how to reshape the oversight model, particularly in looking at where we are or contributing to how to reshape the oversight model, particularly looking where we are as a country and where we want to go, and looking at the 7th Parliament being in its inception, as you said earlier on, Chair. And I think The MPI is a very tool that we discuss a lot, you know, to see how getting views from different stakeholders, business, labor, academia, civil society, and government entity as well, how to look at this and how to build that going forward. That came out strongly. But also, thirdly, Chair, share the best experiences from other countries in terms of how you use this model as from the government side, but also as a policy tool to enhance the realization of well-being in our society. I use the word well-being broadly, and that's a very important dimension from the United Nations perspective. And I'm quite confident that we've covered quite a lot of these areas, and our report will reflect on that and we'll share with colleagues. I mean, our role as Budget Office, you know, Chair, is to advise Parliament on better alignment of the budget in line with the aspirations. And our concern has always been, we've seen over the years, there's been a divergent, there's been a very stark divergence between the policy and the budget framework. And we hope that the discussions around the use of this model could enable better alignment of the budget. And I think this conversation is a build up to the more bigger meeting, as we said at the beginning, not next Tuesday, but at least in a few months to come, but definitely we take that. We took Thursday and Friday largely because yesterday was the International Day of Eradication of Poverty, so the discussion was quite timely, but it's a build up for the more bigger meeting. But thank you everybody so much for your contributions, and thank you members of Parliament, thank you Parliament as an institution, but also thank PBO team, thank our partner MPPN from OFI for that opportunity to work with us in this regard, but it's just the beginning. I thank the sector, business sector, academic world, civil society, governments, and everybody who participated in this meeting. Thank you so much. Chair, I take it back to you.
On protocol observed. Thanks very much, and our meeting agenda.
Oh, the lunch is served. Please. We have to avoid
Recording
fruitless and
stopped.
wasteful expenditure. There's a lunch in the dining hall. Can we please all go? I'll see who's there, who's not there. I'm making note. I'm not gonna take your inputs.
And we're not going to invite them.
You're not gonna be invited.